The current livestock system is unsustainable for the environment, and it's important to find a solution to this urgent problem. Novamit is a startup focusing on food tech that tries to change the current livestock system so that in the future we have alternative to animal meat. This technology is able to use bioprinting strategy and adapt them to generate a meat substitute.
There's a growing demand for meat products around the world. We rarely ask ourselves the question of actually what do these animals eat in the first place. A lot of the protein input in particular relies on soy. Soybeans require more and more land so we can meet demand, and a lot of that land comes at the cost of forests. The goal here is to provide sustainable and renewable resources produced with insects. We can start building a food system fit for the future that's much more sustainable.
Napiferin is a biotech company that knows how to extract proteins from rapeseed. The food ingredients that we will produce with our technology will be used by food producers as food ingredients.
We sample stem cells from animals and grow them in the laboratory to become meat. It is a more sustainable way to produce animal-based protein.
We cannot continue to overly rely on animal as our source of protein. We use the natural sugars that you find in grains such as wheat and maize to feed a large-scale natural fermentation process, which creates something called mycoprotein. A high-quality protein can make delicious burgers, sausages, chicken-style products. We are more than 10 times more efficient in land use, water use, and significantly less carbon emissions. The future of food can be a sustainable protein solution without the negative impact on the environment.
One-third of the world's energy is used in food production, yet one-third of the world's food is lost or wasted.
For the last century, farmers have stressed the top line and prioritized increasing volumes.
We're an organic farm, we don't use any fertiliser or pesticides. The way that we're grazing our animals is actually enhancing our soils and enhancing the environment. These grasses are eaten by the animals, they are moved on daily, which replicates what nature did thousands of years ago.
We are mainly focused at the moment on increasing production to satisfy a growing demand while we still experience significant losses. The focus should be on reducing those losses, making the food supply chain more efficient. At Crover, we developed the world's first robotic device able to swim through grains and monitor their condition to help grain storekeepers maintain the quality of their stock.
At Trellis, we predict supply and demand behavior to really resolve inefficiencies and deliver opportunities to optimize food production. This helps ag food enterprises to preserve resources, increase sustainability while also increasing profits.
Sustainability isn't an end state, it's constantly changing and evolving. We've got to make farming financially sustainable, but we've got to do that in the context of maintaining and improving the landscape and the environment in which farming takes place.
The current livestock system is unsustainable for the environment, and it's important to find a solution to this urgent problem. Novamit is a startup focusing on food tech that tries to change the current livestock system so that in the future we have alternative to animal meat. This technology is able to use bioprinting strategy and adapt them to generate a meat substitute.
There's a growing demand for meat products around the world. We rarely ask ourselves the question of actually what do these animals eat in the first place. A lot of the protein input in particular relies on soy. Soybeans require more and more land so we can meet demand, and a lot of that land comes at the cost of forests. The goal here is to provide sustainable and renewable resources produced with insects. We can start building a food system fit for the future that's much more sustainable.
Napiferin is a biotech company that knows how to extract proteins from rapeseed. The food ingredients that we will produce with our technology will be used by food producers as food ingredients.
We sample stem cells from animals and grow them in the laboratory to become meat. It is a more sustainable way to produce animal-based protein.
We cannot continue to overly rely on animal as our source of protein. We use the natural sugars that you find in grains such as wheat and maize to feed a large-scale natural fermentation process, which creates something called mycoprotein. A high-quality protein can make delicious burgers, sausages, chicken-style products. We are more than 10 times more efficient in land use, water use, and significantly less carbon emissions. The future of food can be a sustainable protein solution without the negative impact on the environment.
One third of the world's energy is used in food production, yet 1/3 of the world's food is lost or wasted.
For the last century, farmers have stressed the top line and prioritized increasing volumes.
We're an organic farm, we don't use any fertilizer or pesticides. The way that we're grazing our animals is actually enhancing our soils and enhancing the environment. These grasses are eaten by the animals. They are moved on daily, which replicates what nature did thousands of years ago.
We are mainly focused at the moment on increasing production to satisfy a growing demand while we still experience significant losses. The focus should be on reducing those losses, making the food supply chain more efficient. At Crover, we developed the world's first robotic device able to swim through grains and
It's okay?
They're going to switch on the screen and then we.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is wonderful that we are all here in person today for the Future of Food Conference 2022. The last couple of years have been virtual, so it's wonderful to have so many in the room. I also want to say a very big hello to our online audience. We know that you're following from across Europe and maybe even further afield for today's event. Of course, it's 2022. There's a hashtag. Please do use Future Food 2022 to get your colleagues involved, those who maybe aren't aware of what we're discussing today, because this is an ongoing conversation and we do want you all to share on social media. My name's Jennifer Baker. I'm a policy journalist. I'll be guiding you through this morning's online part of the event. But you don't want to hear from me. You want to hear from Andy Zinga, CEO of EIT Food. Big warm welcome, please.
So, good morning, everyone. The big moment is here. Welcome to the 2022 edition of the Future of Food Conference. It's really great to see so many of you in person this time after this endless series of virtual meetings. Many thanks for coming, especially to those of you that have traveled, taken the effort and time to travel from outside of Brussels or even Belgium. As most of you know, our food system is currently seen to be unsustainable and harmful to both people and the planet. It is the primary driver of biodiversity loss. Our climate is in crisis mode, and we need to do everything in our power to reduce emissions and reduce emissions of greenhouse gases for the health of our planet. But this isn't probably news to anyone in this room. In fact, we, as well as many other voices, have been telling this story for a while now. We desperately need to add a new chapter to the story, to do things differently, to think and see things differently. In other words, we need a paradigm shift. And while food systems as they work today pose many threats to our health and the health of our planet, I'm going to say very clearly that they're also an opportunity as a powerful source of solutions. Now, the COP27, which is the global annual United Nations Climate Change Conference, 27th year, hence 27, will convene in Egypt this November, and EIT Food is planning to contribute to this event. Solutions and actions will be high on the agenda, and I believe that this is what we need to focus on. In the past, environmental impact from agriculture has been the subject of climate dialogues and discussions at the COP conference. However, the conversation seems now to be shifting to the role that food innovation can play in the food systems world. So in effect, the discussion is now changing from a discussion of the problem space to a discussion of the solution space. More than any other sector, food systems have the potential to provide an opportunity to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions and contribute to a more sustainable future for all of us. In fact, recently the IPCC reported that between 2010 and 2019, managed and natural terrestrial ecosystems were responsible for absorbing around 1/3 of anthropogenic CO2 emissions. The momentum for this shift in perspective from agriculture being the problem to food systems providing an opportunity is also reflected in the nationally determined contributions submitted prior to the previous COP, the COP26, by all 191 parties to the Paris Climate Accord. Taken together, these contributions place a huge emphasis on the role of food production for both reducing emissions and adapting to climate change impacts. As we are looking to prepare our own participation in COP27, we very much would welcome the input of all partners and stakeholders to select the most impactful solutions to show there and promote them as a contribution to the negotiations over future climate commitments and actions. That contribution will help us show what agri-food innovation can enable us to do and achieve. But of course, in order for this to happen, we also need a framework which enables innovation and the right tools to support it. And this brings me to another important point I will touch upon today. What exactly do we need to do to enable innovation in the agri-food sector? As you may know, the European Commission is working to shape a new EU innovation agenda. This agenda has not been published yet, but it'll come out quite soon, and it is expected to set out a new overarching European Union innovation strategy. This is, in my view, a very important step. Because as I mentioned earlier, innovation is critical for the transformation of the food system and one of the best ways to generate societal and economic impact. The war in Ukraine, which unfortunately continues to be a major cause of suffering and a source of concern for the lives of the brave Ukrainian people and the security in Europe, has reminded us that even more innovation is needed to ensure food security and to increase the resilience of our food systems without compromising on sustainability. So I believe that this is a good time to have a conversation on how to embrace our ability to innovate, particularly in the agri-food sector that we all live in and love so much. To that end, I will quickly highlight three key priorities: resources, inclusion, and vision. Firstly, on resources. Building a financial ecosystem in Europe that is conducive to the growth of agri-food startups and entrepreneurs is crucial for the development of impactful solutions and for their chances at scaling up. But we're still lagging behind other global competitors. A significant part of that problem is the high level of fragmentation of the EU's innovation ecosystem. Member states apply different regulatory regimes on intellectual property, product certifications, labor, taxation, and many more. Related to this is the generally small size and number of funding rounds for high-risk capital. Dwarfed by comparison with international competitors such as the United States. We know at EIT Food through daily engagement with startups that small-scale agri-food innovators are looking for investors with industry knowledge and relevant networks, which are in scarce supply in the EU at this time. Moreover, we see too little presence of private equity investors in agri-food. We also need more corporate and institutional investors and funds with a strong focus on impact and the ability to provide so-called patient capital. At EIT Food, we're doing our part to tackle these issues. We have partnered with investment fund Peakbridge to launch Food Sparks in 2021, which is a new seed fund for European agri-tech startups. It will provide up to 30 million euros of investments over a span of 4 years with the aim to invest in approximately 10 startups a year. The companies to receive investment within that fund will all be domiciled in Europe, EFTA, and Israel, have protectable and scalable technology, and align with EIT Food's mission of making the food system more sustainable, healthy, and trusted. But more can be done at EU and national level to develop new instruments focusing on the needs of agtech and food tech, making sure we have the resources to accelerate and scale those fledgling future unicorns. On the subject of inclusion, innovation programs and projects must be inclusive and must promote the active participation of all members of society. Here, I will focus on three important groups. First of all, women. There are still significant imbalances of representation of women in agri-food innovation. In 2021, we at EIT Food conducted a qualitative study on female agri-food tech entrepreneurs, targeting female participants in our so-called business creation, and education programs. And here's what we found. 50% of our respondents perceive that the playing field for raising capital is not level. And more shocking, 83% of respondents who have experience in raising investments have encountered negative gender bias when pitching to investors. That is the kind of stuff that obviously prevents women innovators from participating in the search for solutions and bringing new ideas to market. I think we really need to tackle this issue, not just because it is ethically right, but because it also makes excellent economic sense. Secondly, the second group being consumers. According to our so-called trust report for 2021, which incidentally is downloadable from our website, and which is based on a survey of 20,000 consumers across 18 countries, only 37% of Europeans are open to adopting food innovations, while most Europeans are actually quite hesitant. The report actually reveals that many people have reservations when adopting food innovation because they don't know what's in it for them, and they want solid confirmation of the health impact of food to them. What surfaces are now distrust and skepticism, and sustainability does not appear to be an important trigger or motivation in adopting new food. This is going to be an important issue going forward. If consumers are not on board with the new solutions we will launch, it will be extremely difficult to achieve scale and impact. We need to address these issues, and at EIT Food, we believe this can be done by fostering a culture of information, openness, and transparency about the solutions we develop and the choices we make. We must include consumers in the innovation process and give them the opportunity to help us shape the direction of our work. And we also really need to try to avoid causing confusion. One example of this is environmental labeling, which is the idea to know from labels labels on food that you're picking up at the supermarket, not just what their nutritional value is, but also to understand what the environmental impact is of the food you're buying. One of our consortia at EIT Food developed an excellent algorithm to calculate the impact of those food items, and since then, many more such initiatives have been launched by other organizations around Europe and indeed the world. We believe that there's a need to bring all of those different strands and initiatives together, which is why we will endeavor to have a summit in the autumn of this year, bringing all those different initiatives together. And I'm also calling on all of you that are involved in environmental labeling to engage with our partner, Foundation Earth, which is an open system and which carries on the work that was started by the consortium that I mentioned earlier. And finally, the third group, youth. The EU declared 2022 as the year of youth, in the first instance as an act of gratitude to the generation that has sacrificed the most during the pandemic. Now that we're hopefully leaving that particular challenge behind, of course, there are many others presenting itself, we feel that the need to increase our efforts to work with youth, and by giving them a say on the future of food, as we did in 2021 with our Future Food Makers initiative. We're providing those Gen Z participants with the skills and competencies they need in order to develop new ideas and solutions, and by offering them a seat at the table so they can contribute to and take responsibility for how we shape our food system. Today, at this very event, you will also meet 3 teams of high school students who have joined our entrepreneurial education program, Skills for the Future. They will pitch us their ideas. Youth can bring a lot to our work. They can bring creativity, energy, and vision on what should be our priorities and building the future of food. Finally, let me share some points on vision, which is crucial in our work. At EIT Food, we're working to solve a broad spectrum of food system challenges. We often engage with our partners to discuss what are the most pressing challenges and the most promising innovation pathways. Naturally, this discussion doesn't happen just in EIT Food. It's a global conversation happening at many levels. Of course, it will also happen at the COP27 this November. But the problem is that our resources and time are very limited. 2030, 2035, 2050 are, in terms of investment in technology development, very, very close. I mean, just around the corner. And I mean, there's only 7 more harvests left till 2030 when you think about it. Hence, while everyone is busy focusing on their own specific challenges and solutions, we also need to develop a vision to define the big priorities that we are going to tackle together and how we're going to do it. The key to this is focus. And that is because some of the challenges we're dealing with require strong collaboration and partnerships, as well as coordination across regions and value chains. For this reason, today, we have invited some of our partners active in the EU Code of Conduct on Responsible Business Practices to this conference. We believe the commitments made under the code can help us develop a joint vision and be an inspiration to build future collaborations and partnerships. With the right level of resources, with a stronger participation of women, consumers, and youth, with a bold vision and effective partnerships, I'm confident we will be able to write a new chapter in the book of the future of food. And with that, I wish you an insightful and uplifting conference today. So may I ask to the stage now Virginijus Sinkevicius, the European Commissioner for the Environment, Oceans and Fisheries.
Thank you very much indeed, Andy. Of course, you are quite correct. The Commissioner will join us in just a minute, but for those of you watching online, this is Brussels, so we got stuck in traffic because this is Brussels. But we are very pleased. It's been a couple of years where I've been introducing him online, saying you're very welcome to give us this keynote recorded speech, but he has actually made it to the room today to join us. So I'm very, very pleased to welcome to the stage the Commissioner, Virginijus Sinkevicius. Commissioner, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to all. I'm still a bit scared of rooms full of people, to be honest. Still not getting used to after COVID. So many people, and it's wonderful actually to see you and to address you this morning. Thank you very much, of course, for inviting me to your annual conference, and it's of course an honor to address such a diverse community of players who are first of all devoted to transforming the food system through innovation. And Malcolm X rightly said that the future belongs to those who actually prepare for it already today. And for all of us in this room, this is the time to prepare for a future where food systems are more sustainable. 47.5 million tons, that's the amount of fish and seafood we will need and we will not have by 2050. It is fear that we, and especially our children, should suffer from food shortages. Is it fear or not? I hope that if we prepare, and I'm truly hoping that we will be able to avoid that. And you may recall, even prior to recent events, the Commission's Farm to Fork strategy already advocated speeding up the transition to sustainability to better withstand possible food crisis. And sadly, we were right. The pandemic, but especially the Russia's military aggression in Ukraine, have now painfully showed that we need a stronger, more resilient, more sustainable food system to supply Europe with food and feed ingredients at all times. For that kind of food security, a crucial element can be played by aquaculture because it offers a year-round food supply of aquatic food. It reduces our dependence on imports on one hand and pressure on wild fish stocks on the other. And if we develop it correctly, then it will help fill the huge supply gap I just mentioned. And if we develop it correctly, it is a sustainable way to produce food and protein, because aquaculture, particularly of unfed species, such as mollusks, algae, generates a lower carbon footprint and requires less land and fresh water than animal husbandry or land. Aquaculture provides raw materials for many industries, and it generates jobs and income in areas where few alternatives exist, like rural areas or coastal areas. And we saw, especially with the COVID, if overall I could say that our economy did well through the COVID, it was very much the services crisis. Our coastal communities were among those who were hit hardest because they depended on very much on two things. So it's fisheries and tourism. And of course, both of those were in a big trouble during the COVID. So an important point I wish to make now in the run-up to COP27 is that aside from decarbonizing the food system, aquaculture can even mitigate the impact of climate change, because aquaculture in ponds and wetlands maintains ecosystems that protect against floods and sea level rise. So it offers a range of ecosystem services that we cannot neglect. And in the world, the farming of seafood is the fastest growing food production sector, but not in Europe, where production is stagnating and we import 70% of what we consume. 70%. So this means the demand is there, but we are not producing enough in the EU to meet it. So can the sector pick up its pace? I absolutely believe so, it can. We think it should, on contrary, it should blossom and become a beacon of European resilience in the face of crisis and of sustainability in the face of global issues of our time. And the strategic guidelines released last year propose very concrete actions to get there. They include objectives and recommendations to minimize negative impacts, for instance, farming, low trophic species, algae and mollusks for lower carbon footprint, or aquaculture in ponds, brackish waters and wetlands to maximizing climate change mitigation. The next guidance documents we'll be preparing in concert with the stakeholders will concern energy and carbon footprint. And it will identify environmental indicators and then voluntary targets for environmental performance, including a method to determine carbon footprint and impact on ecosystems of aquaculture production. And this will help, first of all, EU member states, producers and investors develop aquaculture. It can be a very powerful tool to decarbonize the food systems and the broader economy, and to still stimulate the economy and create jobs across the European Union. And for the sector become stronger, it needs to diversify. And of course, I'm so glad to see a dedicated workshop devoted exclusively to algae farming at this conference. This is another important source of alternative protein, another element of food security, and another piece of the climate mitigation and climate sequestration puzzle. Earlier this year, we launched the stakeholder platform, EU for Algae, and I warmly invite you, of course, to check it out. And before the end of the year, we plan to release a political initiative on algae. We believe that by encouraging the sustainable production, the safe consumption, and the innovative use of algae, we could not only generate thousands of jobs in coastal areas, but also get one step closer to the targets of the European Green Deal. And the process might even inspire other industries to become more regenerative, innovative, and socially exemplary. Also coming up at the end of the next year is the framework legislation on sustainable food systems. This legislative framework will mainstream all aspects of sustainability across the whole food system, aquaculture included, so that all foods placed on the EU become more and more sustainable. Food systems become more and more resilient, and sustainability standards raise incrementally. And the public consultation on this initiative is ongoing. So, of course, you as being very important stakeholders, I invite you to use this opportunity and have your say. In sum, dear ladies and gentlemen, the European Commission has been preparing for the future. We have drawn a roadmap towards a climate-neutral, circular economy where economic growth is, first of all, decoupled from resource use. This roadmap is the European Green Deal, which seeks to reverse biodiversity loss by transforming the way we use our forests, land, water, and sea, as well as energy, urban and industrial system, and of course our food system. Its spin-off, Farm to Fork, draws the specific path that food systems should take to become competitive, resilient, of course, profitable and healthy. Healthy for us and healthy for our planet. With the sustainable aquaculture guidelines, we have laid the ground for EU aquaculture to become a global yardstick, and I do realize how important your organization is for their implementation. So in fact, on the whole agenda for food, we need to work together. We need your input, we need your innovative ideas, we need your vision to increase the added value of products, to increase the sustainability of the products, and to avoid a food shortage in a few years from now. So today we prepare a plan, we change, we innovate, we listen, and then of course all together we try to open a sustainable path for you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Commissioner. It is, as I said, a joy that we're actually able to be here in person. Now, when we talk about food, it's almost like being asked to talk about money or data, because it's so big, it's so all-encompassing, it's very multifaceted. And I heard there that you actually took note of one of our parallel sessions this afternoon on algae, and you gave us a little bit of a taster. But can you tell us in more detail what the Commission has in mind for the future of algae as a potential food or feed source?
Absolutely. So I think it's still untapped potential of algae, and we see, of course, increasing interest. But probably one thing which is very important to scale up not only sort of a production, but research and innovation. So we, of course, need investments. So very important that we would offer a public support, and our MFAF fund will be one of the sources. Secondly, we see already the benefits of algae being used. First of all, exactly on replacement of feed. For example, for very traditional aquaculture, algae can be excellent. But then when we go to human consumption, we see already a lot of attention being drawn there because it's an excellent source of different elements. So Commission will be putting bigger and bigger effort to actually scale up projects related to algae, as I said, because it also covers many other aspects of our European Green Deal as well. So I think it's a great way to innovate. It has a great potential, and I already visited across Europe, but also in Norway, excellent projects of actually algae being grown, algae farms, and actually even different products developed. So I think potential is enormous here, but of course we will need a voice of innovators. It's extremely important to develop market, because we know that a lot of things are driven by market consumption, and I think for Europeans, algae is still something which they are not so familiar with. So of course that will require also big efforts to familiarize them with the products. But as I said, the good start can be actually feeds and more B2B sort of business model, rather than moving straight away to B2C. But the potential is there, and I'm pretty sure in upcoming years it will be even more explored.
It's a win-win, right?
Absolutely.
So 2022 is the year of youth. How do we attract more young people into our agricultural, food development, food production sector?
That's a very good question, which I've been, addressing since the beginning of my mandate, especially when we speak about the fisheries, because unfortunately, despite fisheries being a really noble profession, but less and less young people want to own a vessel, wants to do economic activity, and they choose other sectors, which is probably absolutely fine. But of course, we need young people to join and to take over the traditions and actually be, those warriors who ensure a food security for us. So I'm extremely happy that also in this forum today you have youth, and I think they're going to be doing pitches, a few companies, and I hope that they will show their best, because we do a very similar with our Blue Invest days, of course, very similar activities. I think what's very important is not only to attract young people to sort of those traditional sectors, but actually to allow them to innovate in food sector and look for new solutions, allow the companies, startups to actually begin and innovate, because again, food, and we clearly show, we see that has huge untapped potential, not only producing food, but actually as regards the food consumption. We have a lot of issues in the EU, which would allow us to even maybe actually to reach a balance and be less dependable, which I said that 70% of aquaculture and fish we import. It's a huge number. So I think important to make food sector attractive to young people, so that they would see that there is much more than that traditional end result that you see in front of you. The food production and consumption is an exciting sector, which I think again plays now like never before. It can be seen a geopolitical also important role with Russia's war against Ukraine. We see that supply chains had a major hit, and that's going to have an impact. That's probably going to have an impact on food prices here in Europe, but that can have a major impact as regards food shortages, for example, in Northern Africa. So we need solutions. We need to ensure that we play this pivotal role in helping other regions, but also securing our food supply.
Well, taking that into account, I mean, supply chains are hugely important. Resilience is the buzzword of the moment. But is there a danger that the war in Ukraine might derail some of the biodiversity, some of the more innovative ways of looking at it?
I would be lying if I would say that there is no tries. There is definitely tries to do so, or at least to address or use war in Ukraine as an excuse to reconsider our Green Deal, which I find that it would be a historic mistake. We did so much, we did a lot of work, and we still need to do a lot of work to understand how this whole ecosystem works. And I perfectly realize that everything what's free, we take it as a given, and very often we, of course, don't give enough care and respect. And this is where I'm drawing the parallel and attention to is, of course, the ecosystem services, pollination, farmland birds, water, soil, and so on. We only realize that something was there, something was, bringing us enormous benefits when we completely lose it. But I'm afraid with ecosystem services that if we reach that point where we completely lose it, neither fertilizer important from the east or produced with using gas is going to help us, or any other fancy innovation. So here we have to find that balance. Not all land has to be arable land and produce the direct output of crops or whatever. There has to be balance between nature and agricultural activities, and I hope that more and more people will realize that. I see that more and more farmers do realize that. They are trying their best to take the best possible care. We still have half of the mandate. Huge initiatives still coming. Nature restoration legislation, of course, soil health law. I hope that all only going to strengthen our resilience and will ensure that we not suffer, but we actually find a correct balance, because we cannot be solving one issue and creating issue elsewhere.
We're going to talk about all of these things today. One quick last question. Do you have a favorite food? I know we're talking about diversification, innovation, but go on. What's your favorite food?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll say this way. So I always try to eat soups when I have a chance. So I will say that's probably my favorite type of food.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. A big round of applause. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's been wonderful to talk to the Commissioner, to set the stage, but we have another great keynote speaker for you this morning to set the stage again for our ongoing discussion. So I'm very pleased to welcome to the stage Jindřich Fialka, Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Agriculture in the Czech Republic. Thank you very much.
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I have to say I fully understand Commissioner Sinkevičius with the soups. So, dear Dr. Zinga, Your Excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and privilege for me to be here with you today to share our experiences in such an important area, which is future of food. I'm personally very grateful for a continuation to this EIT conference. We aim to focus on two very important aspects of our daily life: production of food and climate change. Therefore, let me start with congratulations to organizers and with appreciation of all efforts made with our common goal: transition of food systems towards sustainable and environmentally friendly ones with minimal carbon footprint, which enable to feed our world in the future. Today and together, we face too many challenges we had been able to imagine a few years ago. After 2 years of fighting COVID-19, our world economy has been left in a fragile state. The war in Ukraine dramatically changed everything. My country, the Czech Republic, received more than 350,000 people from Ukraine. People like you and me. People who face brutal Russian aggression. Czech people see parallel history with the invasion of Soviet troops in former Czechoslovakia on 1968. That's why we are trying to do our best to help our Ukrainian friends. At the same time, trade disruption raised serious concerns about global food security. But food should never be a luxury and should never be used as a weapon. It's our fundamental human right. And yet, this crisis may rapidly turn into a food catastrophe of global proportions if we don't act immediately. There's a very promising aspect that many governments are committing to accelerate and deepen the transformative power of food systems in a manner aligned with the UN 2030 agenda. Across the SDGs, the world has established clear and ambitious goals for food systems that reflect complex relationships between the environmental, social, and economic pillars. We simply don't need new goals. We just need to implement the transformative actions necessary in achieving the goals we already have. As representative of incoming Czech Presidency of the Council EU, I wish to express our strong commitment in delivering results in ensuring food security and reinforcing the resilience of food systems. At the same time, we feel a strong obligation to preserve our natural sources for future generations, to ensure food production, respecting all environmental aspects and processes. We simply need to explore modern best available practices and business models which can help decarbonize the agri-food sector. And what is more important, we need to start to apply those models as soon as we can. Our aim is to improve the water retention in the landscape, to decrease soil erosion, to support biodiversity and soil quality. Then we need to increase the area in the system of ecological agriculture at least to 25% till 2030, or to limit excessive use of pesticides and fertilizers. We'd be very grateful to get your support in the revision of the respective EU legislation. And there we absolutely rely on the crucial role of research and innovation community. We need to produce more food with less inputs available. We need to explore new logistical channels. We see the situation in Odessa ports, and we need to save more than 20 million tons of wheat to feed our partners in Africa. Agroforestry and precise farming are concrete areas where we see huge potential for further development based on our own experience. Recently, a new national platform on alternative food and beverages was established in the Czech Republic with fantastic support and involvement of research community. We elaborate on alternative proteins, edible insects, algae, or red meat as vital for the future of foods. At the same time, we are trying to identify main burdens, namely legislative ones, which we are prepared to share and solve with our European partners. Consequently, we have to improve communication to increase the public awareness in human diet, including concrete steps to promote local food chains. We live in a world where 9% of human population face to hunger every day. Consequently, they suffer with malnutrition, diseases, and illnesses. And at the same time, we see enormous quantity of food loss and waste, shortage of potable water, and limited access to agricultural land. Why? We need to stop this imbalance as soon as possible. The role of governments is more than ever to explain again and again the concrete benefits proved by science to our citizens. We simply need to gain their trust for such massive transformation. We need very strong and common community ownership of all changes. And this task is, at least in my view, ladies and gentlemen, the crucial point in all our efforts. We have to attract the young generation to this process. Please let me remind that this year is the EU Year of Youth, supported by the UN Committee on World Food Security as well. In every EU member state, we face difficulties with generational renewal in farming. There's no exception. Let's involve young people more to the development of smart technologies, using their skills into digital transition. Let's enable them to come up with their own solutions, and let's support them. At the same time, we are very confident with the European approach, having clear strategy, namely based on the European Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy as well. The European Commission explored a lot of helpful deliberations. Let me highlight 3 of them. Communication on sustainable carbon cycles, communication on safeguarding food security and reinforcing the resilience of food systems, and also, I don't forget the EU Action Plan on organic farming, as promoting eco schemes and ecosystems. There we see enormous potential of new common agriculture policy. We shouldn't miss our opportunity to implement new rules since the 1st January 2023. And as you know, Member States clearly supported this approach during last Agri Council in Luxembourg early this week. All Member States have significantly adapted their national strategic plans, and I hope that the European Commission has no reason to postpone their final approval. We need to apply new rules in practice, and we have to guarantee predictability and certainty to our farmers, to our food business operators, who bring certainty to us as consumers. But we are not alone in the world. Our trade partners around the world, namely in Africa and other LDCs, rely on us as the European Union is the major exporter of safe and nutritionally valuable food. In recent months, we showed enormous solidarity and humanity, and I'm very proud of our European ideas and principles. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm convinced that we are together on the right track of transition of our food systems to more effective, more innovative, more resilient, and more responsible ones. If we don't miss this opportunity, I'm sure that our children become proud of us as well. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all the success to our conference.
Well, Deputy Minister, I will take this opportunity for one quick follow-up question.
Okay.
You touched on carbon farming. What is your vision for the future of that?
Carbon farming is a crucial issue for not only EU member states, but for the entire world, because we need to reduce of greenhouse gases, pollution, and for example, in protein policy, we as EU 27 member states are completely dependent on imports. 90% of proteins are imported to our territory from North of America. We have here a fantastic opportunity to increase the areas of such legumes, soybeans, or oilseeds, because you know that those crops have a fantastic possibility to capture nitrogen from the air and storage in our soil, so they contribute to benefit of improving soil as well. And this situation meets the targets of our Green Deal as well, and at the same time we will definitely let's say shortage the carbon footprint via thousands and thousands of containers and so on. So the vision.
And then just finally, thank you. Yes, many of our audience here today are members of the agri-food research and innovation departments. Do you have a final message for them?
I admire your work. Please be innovative. Please have patience with us as consumers, because I have mentioned in my previous speech, we need to gain trust of all the society for the transformation process. Let's offer them our common vision. So where we are, what we would like to achieve. Sometimes we set targets, and we aren't able to explain to our people why is it important, what's the impact for their daily life. So there is a very, very huge, let's say, task for governments as well, for the European Commission as well. We have to provide some financial incentives. We have to adopt measures which normal people will see in practice. That's the key message, and thank you once again for your work and for your help.
Well, thank you very much indeed. A big round of applause. Thank you, Deputy Minister, for being here. Well, I'm sure we will all take note and take stock of the Commissioner and the Deputy Minister's comments that set the stage really for a full day of discussions. We're going to move to our first panel, which is looking ahead to COP27. I want to also remind those of you joining us online that you can use the hashtag FutureFood22 to share your thoughts online. Maybe you've taken some screenshots. Please do share the Commissioner and the Deputy Minister's statements, and also get your colleagues involved. We're going to take a little bit of stock taking from the Joint Research Centre as an opener to this panel. And then we've got some great speakers that I will hope you will have questions here in the audience in the room to pose to them regarding how we look ahead, how we deliver on our objectives. So I'd like to call to the stage, please, my three speakers. Gail Gallard, the Design Manager for Food at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Thank you very much, Gail. Matt Close is the President for Global Ice Cream at Unilever, probably the best title I've ever heard. And Alan Bellward is the Director for Sustainable Resources at the Joint Research Centre of the European Commission. Thank you very much. But to kick us off and to really give us something meaty that we can discuss, I would like to call to the stage, please, Esther Sanye Mengual from the Joint Research Centre, who's going to present a presentation to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jessica. If we can have the slides, maybe. Okay, thank you so much. So I will be talking on behalf also of my colleagues from the Joint Research Centre about the impact of food production and consumption and innovations to support the transition towards climate neutrality. We have structured the presentation in these two main topics. First, I will provide some data about the impact of the food systems on greenhouse gas emissions with two main perspectives, a territorial one with the Edgar Food Database and a supply chain one with the Consumption Footprint Platform. And then we will move to how to assess transition pathways in the food system and provide some examples. So the food systems are responsible for a third of the global greenhouse gas emissions, totaling around 18 gigatons, and with carbon dioxide representing half of them. The share of the total food system responsible for the overall climate change emissions have been decreasing since 1990, so showing some decoupling from population growth. But how we know these emissions? These emissions and these data are coming from the Edgar Food Database, which has a territorial perspective, and this is a complete and consistent database having data from 1990 for all the world countries and including information of all the greenhouse gas emissions. This database is deriving from the Edgar database and has been compiled by defining for each economic sector which are the share of the emissions that can be allocated to the food systems. And this has been done considering all food system stages, so from production to consumption and waste, but with a territorial perspective, so considering those direct emissions taking place within the territory of the country under assessment. Having data of the role of food systems in the greenhouse gas emissions for all the world can give us the opportunity to observe different behaviors. And a high role of food emission on the overall emissions of a country can flag either a weak economy for low-income countries or either a strong agri-food system with a strong exporting industries. In the pie charts in green, I wanted to highlight the high role of emissions coming from land use and land use changes. But who is responsible for this emission taking place in these countries? And moreover, how much is the European Union responsible for these emissions taking place around the world as a consumer? And to do that, we need to move from the territorial perspective of Edgar Food to a consumption perspective, where we account not only for the direct emission taking place in countries, but also for those indirect emissions taking place all along the supply chain. And we can do that with the consumption footprint, which includes the emissions and the impacts of the food consumption, with including 45 representative products from 17 different product groups. The consumption footprint is a set of 16 life cycle-based indicators with the aim of assess the environmental impacts of consumption patterns at the EU and EU countries. This is a full bottom-up indicator, and to evaluate the impacts of consumption, we evaluate the impacts of representative products of 5 areas of consumption, among which we have the food area of consumption. For each of these representative products, we first quantify the consumption intensity based on consumption statistics to understand how much of each product we consume each year. And then we assess the environmental impacts of each of these, the life cycle of these individual products. And we do that by implementing the environmental footprint, which include not only information and impacts on climate change, but also on other 15 environmental impacts. And this is very relevant to be able to identify potential trade-offs, and as it was mentioned earlier, to avoid that while trying to improve something, we are generating and causing problems in another environmental area. So the impacts of the EU consumption are driven by food consumption, which represents more than a third of the total climate change impacts of the entire EU consumption. If we look closer to the evolution of the climate change impacts of food consumption, we can see that they are growing a long time and that they have grown by 30% in the last decade. And this increase can only be partly explained by the increase of population during this decade, but can mainly be explained due to an increase on the intensity of consumption of different product groups. In darker blue, we wanted to highlight here the high role of animal-based products in the total consumption impact, which represent around 70% of the climate change impacts. Considering this trend, this increasing trend, we need to know that current climate change impacts of EU food system is beyond more than 3 times the planetary boundary for climate change. And this planetary boundary considers all the consumption and not only what we eat. So only considering a small part of our consumption, we are already far beyond the limits of our planet considering climate change. And this supports what has been mentioned earlier, that we are in a climatic crisis and there is a need for a paradigm shift. The data stemming from the consumption footprint exercise can be explored in the consumption footprint platform, which has a devoted section for food, with data at the EU level, but also for EU countries and data from 2010. So for a paradigm shift, we need to define the transition and which are the pathways. But we need to do so considering all the supply chain and not focusing only on the individual steps. But even if we identify these strategies, it's very important that we test them. We need to understand how we can optimize them, what are the benefits associated to these pathways, and also we need to prevent and minimize trade-offs. With the consumption footprint, we can test scenarios all along the supply chain to support this testing. And here we wanted to bring today a couple of examples. One targeting consumption intensity changes, and here we are displaying the results for dietary shifts at the EU level by substituting animal-based products by other product groups, which could lead to reducing climate change impacts up to 20%. In the right, we can see different scenarios of eco-innovation, in this case working on food waste prevention actions, which could reduce the environmental impact of the products. And we wanted to highlight here that even if there are multiple strategies targeting the same aspect, like here food waste, combined actions that target all the supply chain that we can see on the top in yellow are the ones reaching the most of them. And in this case, they could contribute to reduce climate change impacts by 12%. And our last point is that it's also important for the transition, the information we provide to the consumers. And on that, the European Commission recommends the use of the environmental footprint methods to provide robust life cycle data to consumers, which can better inform the consumers and prevent the multiplication of different methods and data with different backgrounds, and preventing also greenwashing. And for the environmental footprint, there are already available several category rules for different product groups. So just some take-home message. Globally, we have observed that there is some decoupling of population growth and food system emissions. But when we move to the EU level and to a consumption perspective, we have seen that impacts are increasing due to the food consumption over time. And actually, these impacts are beyond the planetary boundaries and the limits of the planet, so we're required to take action. We observe also regional differences, so areas with rapid increase of emissions due to the domestic demand and the production and the potential export to other countries being the main consumers. So we need to take action, and these transition pathways need also to consider and target mitigation strategies to reduce land-based emissions. Also, we need to take attention and perform innovations that are targeting the production and the entire supply chain, including also improving the energy efficiency and decarbonizing all along the supply chain with multiple policies. And finally, we also need to steer changes in the dietary patterns and to make and optimize the consumption patterns considering their impact. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you, Esther. I think what I will do is ask for each of you to give me a sort of opening round, explain what you're working on. And Esther set out some of the problems. Tell us what it is that you're working on that might be adding to that, building on that, and maybe even having some of the solutions. Gail, I'm going to start with you.
Great. Thank you very much. Is it working? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was super interesting. Thank you so much to all the speakers. So I am part of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. So we are a charity that focuses on accelerating the transition to a circular economy. And I'm part of the food team. So we've been working on what does it mean to have a circular economy for the food system? And I think, if I sum up very crudely what everybody has said until now is if we don't fix food, we won't fix climate. It's quite evident. And what I really loved as well is the focus on solutions, which seems to be the theme today. And there is a way we can make the food system not only a bit less bad by tweaking some things, we can make it a force for regeneration. We can make it a huge part of the solution, and that's quite unique to the food system. And if we want to do that, we are going to need to shift a little bit, or even completely, the way we do things. We're going to need to start designing products that build biodiversity. Imagine like the breakfast that you ate this morning, that that this breakfast has built biodiversity. That the lunch that you're going to have will help tackle climate change. Wouldn't that be an amazing future? But in order to do that, we need to design products differently. For now, we are bending nature to produce food. We're choosing ingredients to put in beautiful products, and then we're basically telling farmers, please grow these ingredients. Instead of that, we should be starting with the needs of nature and then designing products accordingly. So that would mean, if we start imagining that world, what would you find in the supermarket? You would find maybe products that change flavor according to crop rotations. So every year you have a different flavor, or a line of dairy and walnut cheeses that come from silvopasture. So silvopasture is a farm where you have trees and cattle that are living symbiotically. So the cows are fertilizing the grounds, and the trees are providing shelter, sequestering carbon. So we've calculated that farms like this could reduce their greenhouse gas emission by 90%. We could imagine a line of cookie that would be made from ingredients that would otherwise have been wasted. Like if you take coffee cherry, which is usually a part of the plant that is left to rot and produces a lot of methane, it can be an amazing flour. So imagine all these products. There's so much we can do, and I'm hoping during this conversation we can go a little bit into the actionable, what can all of you guys in the room do? What is your role to make that future with these fantastic products happen?
Well, sorry. Yes, well, thank you very much, Gail. I mean, you've thrown out some big ideas there. Matt, tell us your perspective. And, refer back a little bit to what Esther was saying.
No, I will. Thanks for that. And thanks, Gail. As the head of the world's biggest ice cream company, I should really start thinking about silver pasture ice cream. So
that'd be amazing.
We should talk about that after. I represent Unilever's ice cream business. We're the biggest ice cream company in the world. We are in 60 countries, and particularly we're in every country in Europe. Europe's really the home base of our ice cream business. And we have big brands. We have 3 brands that are over $1 billion in turnover. Magnum, Ola, and Ben & Jerry. And those brands play an important role in giving consumers what they want, appealing to consumers in different ways. As a sorry, it's quite, this is interesting. Thanks. As a company, we're committed to net zero by 2039 in scopes 1 to 3, and actually we're committed to get to 0 greenhouse gas emissions in our own operations by 2030, and that sits heavily on how we innovate in our business. So, listening to Esther, 2 key thoughts for me jumped to mind. The first was that we have to put consumers and citizens in the center of this transition. Consumers and citizens will choose to do the right thing if they see the benefits, if they understand and the benefits are appealing. And I think sometimes, we hear a lot of stories about a sort of a force of change on consumers rather than consumers being drawn to the change through the appeal of products and brands and services. And we know that 80% of consumers say they want to make sustainable choices, but only about 25% do. So we've got a knowing-doing gap that we have to close. And if we put consumers in the center and really understand how can we develop and use dairy, or in my case, cocoa, or plant-based ingredients for food and ice cream in a way that's appealing, then we make a lot more progress. I think the second big thought we have really from this session is we've got to put technology to work, and we've got to put technology to work fast and in partnership. And Esther's really triggered kind of 3 initiatives that we've started this year that I thought were quickly worth sharing. We in Sweden we changed a whole range of ice creams from dairy to plant-based, and rather than claiming vegan, which is sometimes puts people off, we're claiming 40% less greenhouse gas. We've just started a program across the US and Europe to reduce dairy emissions from farms by 50%. The 50% of Ben & Jerry's greenhouse gas emission is dairy. So that is an experiment that we will be able to scale fast. The aim is by 50% by 24. And I've just announced that we really want to see if we can bring the temperature of all our freezers up from -18 to -12. They're at -18 because that's a historical norm. If we can partner and innovate with suppliers across the value chain, we believe that it would make a major contribution to reducing greenhouse gas. So, there's a lot going on in our space that we can practically do. But to do it well, we need science-based targets and the roadmaps that go with them that people really understand, and in partnership. And I think, responding to the Commissioner and the Deputy Minister, we also need a clear regulatory framework that actually incentivizes, whether it's incentivization of regenerative agriculture or the decarbonisation of food, or incentivizes plant-based use in a way that appeals to consumers. So a lot to do, but a lot of exciting things to talk about.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. And as a side note, we call these microphones ice cream mics. So.
Excellent.
Alan, I know the JRC isn't in the business of making policy. You're in the business of doing the research, finding the background. Tell us a bit about what you're working on.
Okay, well, Esther kind of set it out for you. I guess the real take-home message for everybody right now is in a way what Andy said. Time isn't on our side. 7 harvests, at least 7 winter harvests and spring harvests and all the rest, but only 7 of them left. So time not on our side, and I think that drives a lot of what we're interested in. Yes, there's the standard mantra of increase, capture, and released to the atmosphere. But there's another factor that we're very concerned with, which is protect what we've got in terms of carbon and for carbon farming. And I think that's an important one for us not to ignore. And then in terms of the food system, yes, we have all of the consumer elements that Esther set out, but we're also working very closely with the producers, with the farmers. Because what we're very aware of is that it really, really matters what you do and what you do not do at the field level. And even in our parlance, the feature of interest, which could be smaller than a field, could be a bit of a field. So it really matters at that sort of scale. So don't deep plow and don't use too much inorganic fertilizer and do use green manures and do use crop rotation, that sort of thing. We're also very, very concerned about where you do that at the landscape level as well. So leave permanent grasslands permanent, leave wetlands wet, that sort of thing. And then the big issue is how this is done. And there it's about producer talking to producer. So those farmers with real experience in carbon farming, like the Deputy Minister mentioned, talk to the farmers with less experience. So share that knowledge. Farmer to scientist, scientist to farmer. That dialogue all has to occur. And then the other bit of concern, which perhaps didn't come out from Esther's talk so much, is the consumer in the global sense. Both the opening remarks made it clear that the 7.8 billion of us on the planet all need to eat. And so it's about equitable access to foodstuffs in terms of quality and affordability. And we bear in mind the fact that obesity and overweight kills more people at the moment than hunger, but 278 million people in food crisis today. Those numbers we haven't seen for years. We've gone backwards big time. And so food insecurity and the relationship there is absolutely critical. So those are the sort of big picture bits to complement what Esther said.
Well, Alan, I'm going to go straight away with a follow-up to you. I mean, you mentioned farmers, you mentioned scientists, you mentioned consumers. There's a lot of different stakeholders involved. Can you outline for us who those stakeholders are and maybe sort of delineate a little bit the balance between them?
Well, you actually gave the list there. I mean, for us, the stakeholders are everybody. I mean, for the Joint Research Centre, the farming community is a huge stakeholder community. We work with 60 paying agencies who are responsible for making sure that the finance for the Common Agricultural Policy, which the Deputy Minister cited again this morning as being a key driver of this, and will help reach those European Green Deal roles. So they're a key stakeholder for us. But as Esther's presentation said, we go right down to trying to make sure that every citizen can access things like the consumer footprint tool and find out what their impact is. Switching to vegan ice cream, maybe. 7 kilograms of carbon per day you produce if you're a big meat eater, and less than half of it if you're a vegan. I'm not suggesting everybody goes vegan, like as you said, but there are clear messages there in terms of dietary attitudes, if not dietary change.
Gail, we heard the big statistic that 1/3 of greenhouse gases is coming from our food production, which in a way also gives us an opportunity to grab some low-hanging fruit, really. So how do we harness food to make, to help sort of build sustainability, increase, the environmental resilience of our ecosystem?
Yeah, there are many things we can do, and we started talking about it. I think if we look at regenerative, I say that word all the time, I cannot say it. Regenerative food production. So that means like each farm, and so at global level, we're going to have a lot more ingredients, a lot more diversity of ingredients, but each in lower quantity. And it will look different in different regions of the world. There are regions today where we grow wheat that if we respected the needs of nature, we wouldn't be able to grow wheat. So we're going to have, the system is going to look very different, a lot more diverse. And if we want the transition to be viable for farmers, as you were talking about, we need to integrate all these ingredients in the design of the product. So FMCGs and retailers have a very, very big role to play. And we released a report in October last year where we're sharing a framework for your teams and all the teams in FMCGs and the retailers that are creating these food products. So the marketing, the product developer, the procurement, to kind of guide them into how to design these products differently. Because their decision is really important to realize, and sometimes they don't even realize themselves. They, when they make decisions about what kind of ingredients are going to go into a product, how these ingredients are grown, it defines the taste, the smell, the look of the product, but it also will define the environmental impact. So these decisions are absolutely key. It's going to define how much is going to cost the earth. And if we zoom into this process of selecting and sourcing the ingredients, some very actionable thing we can already do is looking at, can you put more diverse ingredients? Heirloom crops that we have forgotten, that are very resilient and that grow very well in their original environment. Can we look at the quick wins would be ingredients with lower impact, inherently lower impact on the environment, like switching from dairy to plant-based, but also annual crops to perennial crops. Trees, anything that comes from trees are amazing for the ecosystem services that trees are providing. Upcycling ingredients is really interesting. So we are wasting a lot of our food, not only food, the food that we produce. So as I was saying, the coffee cherries, for example, those are things that we grow anyway. So if we use them, we're essentially doubling the value of the input when it comes to water and soil and labor that came into producing this in the first place. So I think if we start like this, we're already on a good path to regeneration.
Well, I think you've raised some interesting issues there with regard to being respectful of nature or responsive to nature, but at the same time talking in a way about innovation, which we sometimes see as very divorced from nature. Matt, can you tell us a little bit about how we bring those two things together? Because, as I say, sometimes they seem disparate. We think research and innovation is something that happens in a lab, not a field. How do we bring them together?
Yeah, thanks for that. Well, I've spent all of my career in innovation one way or another, and I think the first thing to recognize is innovation is hard, and it takes courage, and it takes a great amount of discipline and risk-taking. And so, one of the things that I think we really have to encourage is the willingness to fail, and often the willingness to fail small, but also the readiness to scale and to scale fast. I think that the challenge that's outlined here is, on the one hand, do we have the courage to innovate? And on the other hand, do we have the courage to scale fast? One of the things that we've done over the last 10 years or so, we have a sustainable agriculture principles that we share with all of our farmer partners, including smallholder farmers. And we work very closely with smallholder farmers across the world to raise standards, to bring sustainability standards to bear. Actually, last year, in partnership with a number of experts, academics, NGOs, we introduced our you see, you've got me going now, regenerative agriculture principles. And they really go a lot further into, up the supply chain, as Esther was talking about. I think the big challenge when it comes to how do we connect the conversations I see in my business is the ability to get the product developers and the marketeers who are close to the consumer really a long way up the value chain, talking to farmers, talking to suppliers, and really working together on the one hand, what benefits will motivate consumers to change, and on the other hand, how do we very rapidly prototype the delivery of those benefits, fail fast or scale. And so it's not easy, but I think the willingness to innovate and the willingness to fail or scale fast is right at the heart of this transition.
Alan, let's talk about that innovation idea. It doesn't happen in a vacuum. We need a sort of, if you like, a framework around it. We need policies, we need pushes from government, because we can't put everything on the plate of the consumer. We can't always leave it to the little guy to be responsible for all these choices. So in that regard, is Europe leading the way, or is it a rule maker or a rule taker, as we say?
I think as the Commission has set out, we are leading the way. We are leading the way. This isn't... Yeah. I'll shout. Ooh, wow. I'll shout a little less loudly. Yeah, no, I think Europe is leading the way in this sense. On every level, I mean, we're looking at, as I said, things like designating land, protecting land, that's part of it, and then what is being aimed at each one of the 6 million farmers who benefit from the common agricultural policy and the common fisheries policy that's put in place. So yes, we have a very active policy community, and I think we are leading the way. We shouldn't shy away from that. And the pressures that have been put on us to abandon things right now because of the immediate crises, no, let's keep leading the way.
Well, I mean, we spoke earlier a little bit. Alan, I asked about the list of stakeholders, but Gail, there are some other people in that chain, that food supply chain, and we talk about fast-moving consumer goods. We talk about supermarkets. We talk about the entire shipping process, the entire logistics process that was brought very much into focus in recent years by the pandemic. But do they have a role to play in creating the right system for a circular economy?
Yeah, huge role to play, no pressure. Should I just grab yours? Oh no, that's working. Yeah, no, huge role to play. We calculated that if we look at the EU and the UK alone, the top 10 FMCGs and retailers, which I think you are a part of, have an influence over 40% of agricultural land. So the design decisions that we talked about earlier, they affect our agricultural landscape directly. And today, 60% of what we eat come from 4 crops. I will never get over that stat. Out of hundreds of thousands of edible crops, only 4 crops. And so that means what that signals when we're creating products with these 4 crops, mostly, what that signals to farmers is large monoculture, fields of monoculture, which is what we're seeing today. If you take the train anywhere in Europe, you will see large fields of monoculture. So we need to start redesigning that system and creating products for nature, according to what nature needs in that local context. That will signal demand for diverse ingredients, better practices, and then we'll see the landscape changing rapidly once these decisions are made. And today, a lot of our partners are telling us that they are doing what we call better sourcing. So they take their current ingredient and they say, we're going to make it better. It's great, it's just not going to be enough. We need to cater for all these other ingredients coming out of these farms and these diverse environments. So we need better practices, better farming practices, but we need less waste, we need more diversity, we need ingredients that have inherently a lower impact on the environment. I think there are a few barriers to that make it really difficult, because obviously, it's easy to say it, stand here and say it and then ask your team to do it. This is the difficult part, and it's a really long journey. And I think a really fascinating barrier that we're seeing when we talk with the businesses is this idea of complexity, the complexity of diversity. Like the current system has been made for homogeneity, for the same variety of wheat going into production. What we're asking for and what we need for the soil is this huge amount of diversity. So big barriers that I'm really curious, and I think we're going to need a lot of innovation around that, is how do we cater for this diversity from the farm to the production sites to the consumers?
Matt, let me try to make you a little bit uncomfortable. We're talking about homogeny. Unilever is huge. If you want to be a good actor in this space, tell us, we talk a lot about, local production, keeping production close to the consumer. How do you, as a big global multinational, scale down to that level? And do you want to?
Yeah, well, I think, we do. We have the benefit of being able to bring scale through our reach in over 200 countries, but we also have the benefit of being deeply embedded on the ground in markets. And I always think the word global is a bit disingenuous, because consumers live in countries. And on the whole, particularly in the kind of foodstuffs that we operate in, there isn't a centre of production that serves the whole world. If I look at Europe, I operate from 11 factories right across the European spectrum, and actually we design very much for local tastes. So I think that scale is an amplifier, but being deeply rooted in communities does make a difference. But I also think, responding, one of the things that people like me have to do is set our teams bold targets and ambitions to drive that change. So 2 years ago, we said we want to have 20% of the ice cream that is consumed from Unilever plant-based by 2030. Now, the challenge is the consumer's not saying that right now, but actually we're starting to see innovation at local levels, by the way, around pea, around oat, and around almond bases in our local markets to drive that change. And I mentioned the Nordic example. This was a local team saying, we want to meet that target, and to do that, actually, we're going to look at how we can use the consumer's relationship with environmental claims rather than just vegan claims. So it's I think that companies like mine, when acting responsibly, can both impact at the local level and scale up dramatically fast.
Alan, let me ask you about the geopolitical context. The last few years, we've seen a complete shift in people's perception and understanding of how food arrives to their table via supermarkets and so on. We have the current war in Ukraine, which is putting pressure on specific areas, specific sectors. Tell me a bit about how you see that impacting our, as consumers, our overall perception of food, but also for, producers, for farmers.
On the producing side, I mean, it depends where you are in the world. I mean, some of our oil-rich countries, even in parts of Africa, for example, are doing quite okay out of this situation. Then there are other. I mean, we've increased the agricultural exports ourselves, the European Union. But the bottom line is costs are going through the roof for everybody. So it doesn't matter where you live, you're impacted by food costs. And that's going to be a huge issue for our own population in Europe. And the big unknown is the effect that that's going to have on, I think I better not move. If I don't move, it works. No, that doesn't work either. I've got lots of different ones now. No, the final comment is that we are running into a major global food crisis right now. As I said, we've gone back 10 years in terms of the number of people in the world. And the problem is that as the number of people in food insecurity is increasing around the planet, the ability of ourselves to fund that shortfall is narrowing because the costs are going up. So we're being hit twice.
Well, I asked the commissioner this earlier, which was, is this, if you like, shift to the focus on resilience, is that in danger of undermining some of our other efforts that we want to achieve in terms of sustainability, in terms of reducing greenhouse gases?
No, I'm going to echo his sentiments exactly. No, I think if anything, it adds real drive to what this room is trying to achieve. What we are trying to achieve here is we all recognize that the food system is absolutely fundamental to reaching climate neutrality and all the ancillary benefits of biodiversity and water management and all the rest of it that we haven't, well, we're talking about decarbonizing, so that's the focus here. But no, I think it's an accelerator. It should pedal to the metal.
Well, innovation is often born out of adversity, so let's focus on that. We have about 10 minutes left. Do we have any questions here in the room for our panelists? Anything you'd like us to talk about? Any hands? Yes, we have one over here. Microphone. Yeah.
So we've talked quite a lot about global systems. Actually, if you're a producer or a farmer, where are the systems to tell you how to make the change? So the modeling's talking about this country does this, this level, and these are the changes that need to be made. But if you think about beef, for example, beef produced by feedlot will have a very different footprint from beef produced by grass. There was discussion about keeping what we've got. So where is the space and what are the tools available for individual farmers to make their job better?
Esther showed some of the tools that are available to the public. We also, from the JRC, working with our colleagues in the Policy Directorates General for Agriculture, Climate, Environment, have built a wiki which provides best practice on a whole series of approaches to mitigating various environmental and climate actions of agriculture. This was built, first of all, to help in the formulation of the CAP strategic plans. But we are trying to open that up to a public. At the moment, it's open to administrations, but there is an email address on the website that you can use to get access to the wiki yourself if you want to. And that's a start. But it's what I said, it's actually about opening that dialogue and scientists talking with farmers and farmers talking with scientists. I think it's absolutely essential. Yeah.
Matt, I think we'd like to hear your views as well on that.
Yeah, so, I mentioned our sustainable agricultural principles and also our regenerative agricultural principles. We work with farmers on those, and certainly, I gave the example of a program we call Moveforia, which is, how do we reduce greenhouse gas from dairy. We're working with 15 farms in 2 co-ops across Europe and North America. Those farmers are already signed up to share their learnings, open source, with farmers in their communities. So, I think the idea of scientists to farmers and suppliers to farmers, but also farmers to farmers, the leading edge farmers really bringing the rest with them. And us motivating that through procurement deals and through incentivization as well. And certainly, I think there's an element which is, there's enormous access to funding if people can navigate. So one of the things we've started really working on is, how do we make sure funding is easy for some of these more experimental approaches?
Any more questions for our panelists? Yes, another lady down here at the front. Thank you.
Thanks. So just going back to earlier, talking about innovation is hard and it takes a lot of courage and we have to be okay with failure. And I just wonder, again, going back to the farm level, obviously, farmers are used to regular failures, but also, and then we also said, we have 7 harvests to go. There is this kind of problem in farming that you can only get 1 chance a year often. And so how do we bring that courage to the farmers and sort of share the risk? Because otherwise all the risk is loaded onto the farmers.
Gail, perhaps, and then we'll come to the other gentleman as well.
Yeah, I think it's really important to start with, asking them what they need, and they need so much support. They need technological support for like new machineries. They need financial support. I'm glad to hear that there's a lot of fund available, and I think the incentives needs to be different. And I think one thing that we were looking at is what could new buying models look like to bring that trust to the farmers. So it's like, what could be the relationship between the food producers and the food brands and the farmers? Can you have longer contract terms as they are transitioning to different practices? The yields are going to change for a while and then it's going to go up again. Like there's so many things are going to fail. You're going to try new varieties that are not going to work. So can we share the risk through new buying models? Of, for example, saying, if you switch to not only producing dairy, if you go back to the silvopasture example, but you also produce walnut milk, so you have 2 sources of milk. Can the company say, well, I will buy all the output of your farm, not just your dairy. I will, support you through, giving you an output for all your ingredients. I think that would be a very interesting avenue to explore.
Yeah, and it's clearly an area where maybe the policy, the argument that you used before comes in, and incentivizing good behavior and trying to weed out the rest with a bit of support isn't a bad. In fact, it's a very good option.
Matt, do you? Yep.
Yeah, I think so. It's not an area that I look after, but our nutrition business has a brand called Knorr, and it's looking at the 50 future foods. And really, to your point about diversification, it's really about partnering risk taking. And we work with a number of projects on the ground to make sure the risk is equally shared. And I think, you know, that's why when I talk about the small scale element for the learning and then the scaling for the replication, I think, you know, the partnering risk for the learning is really, really important. It doesn't happen without it. And working into an ecosystem. So, you know, our food innovation base is in Wageningen, you know, right in the heart of the Dutch food ecosystem, where we work with so many different partners to really make sure that we're leveraging all the expertise against this challenge. And then our challenge is how do we turn that into food to feed people with?
Well, I think it's probably time for a little bit of a wrap-up round. So as a sort of final question, I'd like to know, I think we've set out some of the aspirations. I'd like to know, from your perspectives each, how would you measure that and what would success look like? Gail?
Yeah, it's really hard to measure in practice because there's no single definition of what regenerative agriculture is, what are like the right practices, etc. And for that reason, because a practice that will be good in a context will not be good in another context. So we can't look at practices, we need to look at outcomes. So we need to look at soil health, we need to look at water and air quality, we need to look at carbon sequestration, the thriving of biodiversity, etc. That's going to be hard, but there are organizations that are already trying to align the metrics. So I'm thinking about the global farm metrics, which is a very interesting set of metrics where they're trying to unify all of this so that, you know, every farm can be compared. So as a company, then you can say, you know, this is we know these have regenerative outcomes. And I really want to bring home the point of a lot of, when people talk about regenerative agriculture, we hear a lot of talk around practices. And we really want to push the discussion towards outcomes, because regeneration is about the outcomes, and the practices will have different impact in different contexts.
Matt, as a brief wrap up, how do you measure success and what does it look like?
Yeah, so I think one of the thoughts that's really triggered for me today, and we work on a lot of things, of course, but having transparent and accurate carbon footprint information. In fact, you know, we're asking our suppliers to put that on invoice now, and I think, you know, the faster we can get to real accuracy and comparability, actually the faster we'll drive the transition. And then for me, success is consumers making better choices for the planet and for themselves, and that comes down to good brands and strong marketing.
Alan, a final word.
Well, I'm going to fall back on the science element of observations and indicators and models. That's what we're going to use to monitor it all. And in terms of what would success look like, it would be that we actually reach the European Green Deal goals.
That's a very JRC answer.
It is.
Well, thank you very much to all my panelists. A big warm round of applause for them, please. We are now going to take a short coffee break. Those in the room can, of course, go mingle and network, as I'm sure you want to do. For those of you watching online, use the hashtag FutureFood22 to do your own virtual networking. We'll be back in half an hour with a panel on the EU Code of Conduct for Responsible Food Business.
Oh.
Test.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. I know those of you in the room are all fully caffeinated, and I hope the audience following online, you've also had a chance to take a break, to absorb and digest what our speakers this morning said, because we're going into quite a big panel. As you can see, I'm joined by 5 great speakers, and we're going to be talking about the Code of Conduct for Responsible Food Business and Marketing Practices. So cooperation amongst industry players is obviously key. That's one of the things we're going to be talking about. That's also why we have so many people on the panel today. But first of all, let me introduce you to, starting next to me, we have Dirk Jacobs, who is the Director General of Food Drink Europe, who have helped co-organise today's panel. Sean Westcott is Senior Vice President of R&D in Europe for PepsiCo. We have Mathilde Jacobsen, CEO and co-founder of Freshland. Kristen Schreiber is the Director in DG Grow, responsible for the agri-food system, as well as retail, health, and so on at the European Commission. And last but not least, Michelle de Ruiter is Chairperson of the Supervisory Board at EIT Food. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Dirk, I'm going to kick off with you. We're talking about the Code of Conduct. Where does it stand today? Has it been a kickstart for transformation? Tell me a little bit about the status quo.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you and also to co-organize this session with EIT Food, and I would like to thank the organizers for doing so. So I'm with Food Drink Europe, and for those that don't know Food Drink Europe, we are the organization that represents the European food and drink manufacturing sector, I should say the tastiest sector of Europe. But also an important sector with an important responsibility. And if you particularly look at today's context, where we are still dealing with a pandemic, where we're faced with war, where we're experiencing cost inflation to levels that we have never seen before, but also the challenge, the silent killer of climate change, we have still a lot of work to do to make our food systems more resilient, more sustainable. And that's where the Code of Conduct comes in, because a few years ago, the European Commission decided to add to the Farm to Fork strategy a section on the Code of Conduct, and it asked very bravely to stakeholders to develop this code together in a co-creative way. And that's what we did in the first half of last year, in the midst of the pandemic, all online. So we brought together a big group of different stakeholders in the chain, in the food system, international organizations like the FAO, OECD, but also the European Commission, obviously. And we work with farmers, with industry, retail, to develop these 7 aspirational objectives that we came up with eventually. And these 7 aspirational objectives should lead to a more sustainable food system. And we've set ourselves the timeline of 2030 in many of the targets, and that's only 8 harvests away. So time is really of the essence. So the code was launched on the 5th of July last year with 65 signatories, and signatories are associations in the food chain, but also companies that have come forward with commitments. So this is not just a piece of paper that you sign and that's it. Companies were also asked to put forward commitments in the areas of environmental sustainability and on the social aspects, the health aspects, and also economic value creation. And so we started with 65. Today we are with 120-ish. I haven't exactly counted the number, but there has been a great enthusiasm. Major associations have signed the code and have committed to follow that path of the 7 aspirations that we've set out in the area of circular economy, in the area of health and sustainable diets, in the area of climate neutrality and so forth. So we have made progress on that side. Now we're also asked all the associations and the companies that had put forward commitments to also report on the progress, because it is very important to also measure whether we are on the right track. And that is an interesting process in itself. We're also organizing thematic sessions to go deeper into some of the critical areas, and we identified 3 topics for this year: climate change, packaging, and nutrition. So we will dive deeper into what are the kind of commitments that companies, multinationals, but also the smaller ones and associations have made in the area of net zero or regenerative agriculture and so forth, and how can we learn from each other. And how can we improve the measurement of that? So that's where we stand today. So a lot still has to be done in implementation, but it has been a very satisfactory process in that it has brought together the different players around the table. And I think that is often missing in these discussions. Everyone is doing their own bit. Every company is doing their own work, but we failed to come together and really see where are the synergies in this process.
Thank you, Dirk, for that. Sean, look, let's face it, a lot of people think a code of conduct is regulation without teeth because it relies on the goodwill of those signatories. And Dirk mentioned a lot about commitments. What are PepsiCo's commitments under the code of conduct?
Yeah, so we've made, firstly, maybe just very, very good to be here today and happy to be part of the panel. Maybe just briefly to introduce PepsiCo, because I think sometimes with big companies, people do not always know the breadth of the company. So we're one of the leading convenient food companies and beverage companies, and we provide products ranging from dairy to oats to convenient foods to juices to soft drinks. So we really have quite a broad spectrum. And when I joined the company, I was really interested to find out that it's also very much an agricultural company. We have very deep roots going back to our farmers and our providers. In the EU, our footprint is we have about 15,000 employees. We have one of our global R&D centres in Ireland. We have about 20 factories across Europe, and we have about 125 offices that we operate out of. And coming to your question around how does the code of conduct impact us, we're constantly evolving our portfolio. And if I look at the imperatives that we evolve our portfolio around, it's really about making our products healthier choices. It's about making them more sustainable. And when we look at the commitments that we've made around some of our key product platforms in the EU, one is around our beverage business, where we've made commitments to increase the proportion of our serves, which are so 25% reduction in sugar by 2025, and then a 50% reduction by 2030. And then on our foods business, leveraging the front of pack label of Nutri-Score as an anchor point, is how do we move 500 million of our business to Nutri-Score B which we all know is on the green side of the scale, and then also lifting much of our portfolio from the D&E to the C rating. So for us, the front of pack labelling is very important because we've anchored our code of conduct commitments around that. And then we've also made commitments around our greenhouse gas footprint as well. One of the things we recognise is that consumers, we've had long experience with this, if you like, around taste and health, is that consumers consistently will prioritise taste over health. And we see to an extent the same thing happening with sustainability, that up to a point they will, but beyond that they won't make a trade-off. And so that's why I think on the nutrition side, front of pack labelling and a harmonised system across Europe is really important, and it supports what we're doing with the code of conduct because it allows us to connect with the consumers. But also, I know it's a hot topic and we're all struggling with it, environmental labelling, which is much more complicated. I think that's also something that we see could be very beneficial going forward. And the other way that we've tried to internalise our commitments, because it's easy to make commitments externally, but last year we launched a program called PEP Positive or PepsiCo Positive. And really what we're trying to do is an end-to-end transformation in how we do business. And it starts with how we source our inputs, the potatoes, the corn, the oats, the dairy products. When we're doing that, we're also able to restore the earth. So looking at the practices of regenerative agriculture, how do we create soil health, sequester carbon, promote the use of cover crops, bring back biodiversity, but also create strong farming communities. And we talked earlier about the importance of supporting farmers as they make a transition to these practices. It's also how we make our products. So it's the energy we use, whether it's transporting our raw materials or when we're actually processing the products or the packaging that we use. It's also transparency, as I was mentioning. It's very important that not just that we are able to communicate our achievement against the commitments to regulators, but also to our consumers, so that at the point of purchase, they're able to make a choice because they can see how the investments we've made and how we've designed our products can be a positive force. And then the final part is working together, both public and private, because we recognise that code of conducts work hand in hand with regulation, work hand in hand with innovation and investment to make a difference.
Thank you. You said, Sean, that a big multinational like Pepsi might be a household name, but it needs explaining. Mathilde, I'm going to come straight to you and ask you, for those who aren't familiar with Freshland, to tell us a bit about your work and what particular challenges you are facing in delivering on sustainability.
So, am I on now? Yes? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So when you buy fruits and vegetables in the stores, they are not always as fresh as you may think. So if we take an example with an orange, for instance, it's on average 4 months old and an apple is 12 months old. And the reason for that is a very long food supply chain with a lot of intermediaries from farm to fork, from farm to consumer. And in order for the food to last for so long, you need to preserve the food with a lot of chemicals. So what we are doing in Freshland is actually re-engineering the food supply chain. So we have cut out all the middlemen, all the ripening chambers, all the cold storage, and also the artificial ripening and surface treatment. And then we have gone back to the farm that has the natural raw ingredients and bring that ingredients directly to the consumer. So in that way, instead of products taking months from farm to consumer, it takes just a few days with our model. And we call this a just-in-time model and harvesting on demand, because what the farmer is essentially doing is that he is only harvesting the products that is ordered on our platform. So it's a digital platform that allows farmers to put their harvest online. The consumers go in and pick whatever they want to receive the following week. Then the farmer goes and harvests, and then our logistic partners pick up the loads and bring it to the terminals that then distribute it out to the consumer. So that's essentially how it works in Freshland.
Well, thank you. Kristen, let me turn to you. Give us the commission perspective. We've heard from different stakeholders. We always want to know, how do you view the code and what might you see for next steps?
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. I hope it works here because, yeah, okay. Well, first, I would maybe like to say that I think this conference is probably more timely than anybody ever expected when it was organized in the first place. I mean, as Jack already referred to, I think we have now seen for real what the issue of supply chain issues of resilience mean. And I mean, with the Russian invasion in Ukraine, I think it's still yet very another dimension than we had experienced in the COVID crisis. I would say where, so I think that's an important issue because it has added a new dimension. I mean, initially the focus of the Farm to Fork strategy was, of course, the Green Deal, the sustainability, which is still very much the focus. But I think we have an addition now, an even more imperative need. So I'll try to be a louder one. A more imperative need because of the supply chain disruptions. I mean, look at the fertilizer crunch. So, I mean, we never ever thought, I think, that we would have even issues of shortage in terms of food supply. So I would say, if anything, the code is actually much more important even now than when it was devised. So that's, I mean, first, I would say, reaction from the Commission side. Then I think what is also very clear that we need innovation. And here, of course, the EIT food can play a very important role, and that's why, I mean, we immediately replied positively to come here to this conference. I think there are a lot of synergies which we can use. And in terms of next steps, I mean, you already highlighted that we have now over 120 signatories, which I think is a very good result. From the Commission side, and especially in my department, what we try to do is really mobilize SMEs. Because this is, I mean, it's clear it's more difficult for SMEs to get engaged, to get mobilized. So we are spreading the word. I would also encourage you to spread the word still, because I think that's crucial that we do have a significant participation of SMEs in this process. And then another role for us is, of course, linked to, I think, reporting and mapping, because you know, for every code, after a while, you want to know what has actually happened, what are the results. So here we are actually undertaking at the moment a mapping of the commitment, and then we will, you know, provide an overview and to see where we stand and also where maybe further progress might be needed. And then coming back to the priorities which were highlighted already, I think what is important is that we really need a holistic approach. We need to cover the different areas which are contained in the code. So, I mean, be it from health and diets, societal issues, circularity. And, I mean, it was very good at the beginning, I think, to go for the low-hanging fruits. But we think we have to also think a little bit further and see that we really cover all the different issues, I would say, in a holistic way. So that's, I would say, a quick take from Commission side.
Well, thank you. And you also mentioned a little bit the EIT side, but EIT, we know it's all about innovation, collaboration. But you're a signatory in a collaborative sense. What does that mean? What does EIT's involvement mean for the code?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah, great. No, a lot of the topics have been addressed already by the pre-speakers, but I think we as EIT Food really embrace the code of conduct. Obviously, we have put it in our own impact pathways, we have our own KPIs, and we embrace innovation as a means to solve this issue. But I think we have to go a bit deeper. I think EIT Food was very successful in building its ecosystem, and there is a great capability of making partnerships work, and I think partnership is the key to solve these issues. But we need to go further. It was mentioned also today that even though a lot of companies and institutions have signed the code of conduct, we are missing the SMEs. And the SMEs, Mathilde can relate to that, are needed to solve part of the puzzle. And they need to take care of the innovation. They are much more agile, even though I don't want to say anything against the bigger companies, because they have fantastic innovation programs. But we need to look at this from a broader perspective. So we need the corporates to scale up. We need the SMEs to bring us the innovations. And that's where the role of EIT Food will change a little bit from creating the ecosystem to providing more direction. So we are in dialogue with some of our partners, and we have identified certain areas where we need to work together. And the key word here, I think, is farmers. Because big companies, FMCG companies, they are used to talking to consumers. They know everything about consumers. They have actually also put in a lot of focus on their supply chains. I mean, we briefly talked about it. It's all geared for efficiency. And now different challenges are required. So I cannot blame these companies for having a big challenge going back in the supply chain. So that's where EIT Food will also fulfill its role and create direction and also set priorities, because this is crucial. There are so many things that we need to do. I was intrigued by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation of even redesigning our products, because I think what we're doing now is we are trying to get a more sustainable supply of the same raw materials. And that's a different perspective that I haven't even taken into account. So I'm learning also, and that makes it even more complex. So we need a kind of orchestration function, and EIT Food has at least the ambition with our partners to orchestrate and prioritize.
Well, we have one of the partners, PepsiCo is one of the EIT partners. So let me ask you, how do you find it marrying together the different needs within the business? For example, research and innovation and that sort of EIT supported side with complying with the code or with living up to your commitments?
Yeah, I think partnership with organisations like EIT is so important, because the solutions are really system-based solutions. If I think about our R&D program, it literally spans from we were the first people to decode the oat genome, and we've released that to promote breeding. We've built programs around our farmers right up to the other end where we're working with packaging. And when you think about these solutions, they are system solutions where you've got multiple people that actually have to innovate together. It's not that PepsiCo alone or Unilever or anyone can innovate in a bubble and somehow get the leverage that they need. And in some cases, even us innovating alone can't get that solution. We actually need to have maybe 4 or 5 players trusting each other, innovating around the one solution at once. To be able to do that. And we've seen that that's been tremendous on recycled PET, right? We're now seeing that scaling dramatically. I think 48% of our PET usage this year is rPET. On the other hand, with flexible films, we need a working, a non-profit DRS scheme that promotes the economics for the MRFs. We need sorting technology, we need mechanical recycling technology, and then ultimately we need to create a market for that where it's used in the labels of our products or so on. And so I think that's where working with EIT, where they create and bring together those innovators, you can actually start to build those systems, build those partnerships that allow you to tackle the really big problems.
Well, you've talked about partners working together to work on the same point of innovation. Dirk, tell me a bit about how different stakeholders can identify a single priority, because there's a lot of different things in the code, and is it possible to do them all at once, or is there a need for a prioritization?
Well, I think surprisingly in this process of sort of developing this code, we've also identified that a lot of the issues are very interlinked. If you look at something like food loss and food waste is accounting for 6% of greenhouse gas emissions worldwide. So if you reduce food loss and prevent food loss and food waste, you also automatically deal with emission reduction. And these are the kind of win-wins that we need to identify. I think what was said before about regenerative agriculture, I think there lies a lot of opportunity there, because 70% of what Europe's farmers produce goes into the rest of the chain, goes into processing, and then ultimately through retail or other channels to the consumer. So if you start there, you can make enormous gains. So I think the prioritization in this code is sort of automatically coming about. But it is indeed true that there are short-term priorities and medium to long-term priorities. If I ask a small company to invest in renewable energy by putting solar panels on the roofs, etc., they will say, in the current context, no, we don't have that money. How can we do that if we are in the red? The natural gas prices are going up, and I can't afford to make any investment right now. So we have to also be a bit clever to distinguish between sort of the low-hanging fruit that still makes the positive contribution and change for the sustainable food systems agenda, and moving towards medium to long-term solutions, which require much more of a structural public and private investment. And I think innovation has very much a key role also to play, and also there it's a matter of public and private investment. Maybe if I may shamelessly plug our own initiative, because today we are launching a follow-up of Food Drink Europe's commitment to the Code of Conduct. We have called it an action plan on sustainable food systems, where we have prioritized 3 area actions: climate change, packaging, and nutrition, where we believe, following a materiality analysis, that our sector, the food and drink manufacturing sector, can make the biggest impact in the long term. But that also needs to be underpinned by investment, by innovation, and by partnership, because if we don't have that enabling environment, then our companies will not be able to make that transition. But that is certainly a way how we can prioritize and sort of trying to find the immediate win-wins, also for the small companies, which are 99% of our sector.
Well, I mean, we always say SMEs are the backbone of the European economy anyway. But Matthias, as a smaller company, let me ask you, we talked a little bit on the last panel about push and pull and encouraging people to do better. Do you think the code could be a lever for smaller companies?
So I think I love the idea behind the code, and I think it's important work to unite forces. I think specifically for small innovative companies, there's a few challenges that I see. One is that you're always in deficit of time and money when you are a small company, and it takes time and money to report, to take new initiatives, as you were explaining with renewables. So that's one aspect of it. Then I also think there's another aspect, and that is when you have completely new business models, or you do things radically different than how the traditional food industry works, then what is your comparison? If you want to reduce 50% of food waste, for instance, are you comparing to the traditional food industry? Are you comparing to your own model? And then what is the steps to get there? Because in that way, you kind of disadvantage the very innovative startups, because they have already taken those measures. And if they have to compare and say, we need to go the 50% more to a model that is already radically positive in terms of climate change and food waste and so on, then you end up creating a bias where that company that is actually innovative is disadvantaged compared to the big conglomerates that can much easily achieve those reductions.
Well, Michelle, perhaps you can build on that a little bit, because, you know, I talked about maybe the code being a lever. Tell us about how, you know, the partners that EIT works with help to prioritize what's important for them for the future.
Yes, EIT Food has already started prioritizing by defining 3 so-called mission calls. One is about healthy nutrition, other is about zero-emission agriculture, and the third is about food security and transparent food system. I mean, you keep hearing this coming back all the time, so I would say it's not very original, but it's very important that we need to focus. And so these 3 calls are out, and we will define a roadmap for each and every one of them. But I actually want us to go a bit further, because if you look at the total food sector, we heard this morning, 30% of the emissions is related to the food sector. I would say 90 or 80 to 90% is related back to the primary sector. So if we go for scope 3 reductions, we need to tackle that. And if you then go to the famous cost curve of how to do that, 30% generates money. So I then presume that actually farmers will get a return on that, and they will do that. It's not rocket science. The second 30% is cost neutral, and the last 30% is costing a lot of money for your reduction. So, you know, how great would it be if we can identify on a European scale with our partners what that 30% looks like and how we can tackle that. That's relating back to Dirk's medium term. I think we have to start today, because time is really running out and the technologies are not there. And we have actually the ecosystem of startups, we have the innovation projects, and even education, farmer education. We haven't even talked about that. It was briefly mentioned this morning. So I think all the elements are there, and we are sort of prioritization is super important. I would even do it on a meta scale for the whole European food sector. It should be very complex, but I think it's doable. that we all work together and defining common set of priorities, even going 2-3 levels deeper than the code, which is a good start.
Well, you're setting a bit of a challenge, I think, for everyone here today. Kristen, let me come back to you and to this point that we've been discussing about SMEs and smaller businesses. Does the Commission have any particular support, advice, guidelines with those smaller companies in mind?
Yes, we do. But I would just like to come, I hope it works now, I'm trying to shout, to come back to, I think, what Matilda said, which I think is very interesting also on the assessment, because, I mean, I think what one needs to see about SMEs and also their needs is that they're very, very different. I mean, we have SMEs like yours, which has in a way a disruptive, to use this term, approach, to do things radically different. Then it's, I think, indeed, you're quite right. It's very difficult then to compare if you don't use qualitative data. And then we have a whole range of other SMEs who want to make sure that they become more sustainable and they can be inspired by the code. So I think this is the first starting point, that you don't have, even if you're looking at a particular sector, you don't have one type of SMEs, but you have many different types. I mean, also different traditions in different member states, and I think that's what makes the richness, but that also makes a challenge in terms of addressing their needs. So what we do have is through the Enterprise Europe network, we have the sustainability advisors. We also have a specific sector group on food, which can provide through the, I would say, national or regional point of contact with whom the SME might get in touch anyway. So it's not like, in Brussels somewhere centrally, but it's through your local chamber of commerce or wherever you would go anyway, that you can actually get this advice on sustainability. Here again, it's tailor-made, targeted for the specific needs of the company. I think that's one very important aspect. And then we have the European Cluster Collaboration Platform, which is very much engaged with a lot of exchange of practice between the different clusters. And there's also this European Resource Efficiency Knowledge Center, or ERIC, which helps. But I think what we have really tried to do is to make sure that SMEs get the advice and support in those areas where they would sort of go anywhere because they have an issue. How do I don't know, with my tax, or how do I register, etc., so that it basically comes with it and not sort of centrally. And that's how usually it works quite well.
There's a lot of moving parts there, aren't there, really? Dirk, speed is a point. You mentioned we're only 8 harvests away from 2030. How do we deliver on all these different things all at once at high speed?
Yeah, that's the €1 million question, I guess, because so I think we are already, it's 5 to 12, and yet we very much still, despite this code of conduct, but this was a sort of a wake-up call maybe for some, we're still very much working in isolation. It's companies that have their own way of doing things. It's associations like ours that are sort of sometimes in a bubble. And we need to break that. I see it also in the reports that we've received now in this code on the progress that has been made by the companies. If you look at the commitments that have been put forward, you see that there is a huge variety in metrics, in baselines, some that are referring to international standards, like the Science-Based Targets Initiative, but others that reuse other methodologies. And I think that's where already a lot of stuff is lost. Unfortunately, there's also a policy element to it. We're still struggling with the single market for food. This year, we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the single market. We should be very proud. It has been delivering a lot of good for citizens, for business. But still, in the food area, we are confronted with so much fragmentation. And countries going on their own with policy initiatives and so forth. And it's really a shame that this is still happening. And that is also stifling our progress, because I speak to companies that have to make different packaging in different markets because country A requires these rules and country B requires these rules. So in the transition, I think there's a lot of willingness and enthusiasm of the companies, but sometimes there are really barriers that need to be overcome. It can also be a lack of infrastructure. Look at recycling. In many countries, the food waste management, the recycling management infrastructure is just not in place. So again, 5 to 12, innovation has a clear role to play, but also an enabling policy environment.
Sean, none of this happens in a vacuum. We've mentioned already the war in Ukraine. We've mentioned obviously the pandemic, but before that we had other crises. We had the financial crisis, we had a migration crisis. We've got the ongoing climate crisis. Not to be too negative, but we seem to be in a state of perma-crisis.
Yes.
So that is by way of talking around to how does the code change things up? Because you've obviously got these other factors impacting you as a business. How do you keep focus? And how do you keep speed while still putting out fires at the same time?
Yeah. I remember, I think it's Stephen Covey had this 2x2 grid, the important and the urgent. And no doubt when we open up our inboxes at the moment, there's quite a few urgent things appearing as we speak. That's where I think the code of conduct comes in, because in amongst that noise, you need to make sure you keep focused on what's important. And for PepsiCo, the code of conduct came at a good time. We were launching our internal initiative because really what people won't trust brands in the future, they'll trust the people behind the brands. So if we don't mobilize all of the people in our organization behind these goals, we can't keep the focus on. So the code of conduct is something that we talk about all the time, and it's something that we think about all the time in amongst the noise of all of the distractions of these crises. So it really does, if like building trust is important, because trust is what brands are built on, and the code of conduct is a manifestation of the trust that we want to build with consumers. And so by having that embedded in our company and connected to our internal program, it means that when we face choices, and believe me, we face some very difficult choices on sustaining activities that drive towards a code of conduct in the face of disrupted supply chains or increased costs, but it keeps bringing us back to saying we made a commitment. And it's not enough to make a commitment, you have to fulfill the commitment if you want to earn the trust. So for me, it really plays that role of keeping us centered.
Kristen, I said at the beginning, or at least early on, code of conduct, they're voluntary. They're not the same as legislation with fines and penalties and so on. How does the Commission see the code fitting into the myriad other rules and regulations we have?
I think if you want to change things, you need to use a whole range of tools you have. Because, let's face it, I think the most important point is the need for a change of mindset from companies, but also from consumers. And that you cannot regulate. So that's something, but of course you can make sure that this comes about. So I would say the code of conduct is very complementary to also specific, all the regulatory initiatives which exist or in the making. As an example, we have the corporate due diligence, which has lays down very specific issues in terms of responsibilities and supply chain. But our view is it's not enough to have this legislation, but we want companies to think through, to have specific objectives. And I think you also need this voluntary component, because as soon as something becomes a legal obligation, it's, you have to, you think every step you undertake, you think about legal consequences, you think about challenges, etc., which doesn't mean that if you commit in the context of a code of conduct, it's not a real commitment, but it's different. You may be a bit more daring as well than in the context of a legal process. This is one, of course, very important issue. Then we have all our, legislation with colleagues are developing on the packaging, of course, which is, I think everybody is eagerly awaiting the new packaging waste directive. We have the front of pack nutrition labeling. I think all these are complementary, but I have to say also, having worked in many different areas in the Commission, I think there's always a very important role as well to play for voluntary codes of conduct, which, as you rightly say, are often from the outside criticized or saying what. But I think if there is a traction, and if you basically manage to get more and more companies on board and SMEs, and you actually manage to use this also to publicize your efforts, it can sometimes be as efficient or more efficient than legislation. So it's a whole toolbox, I think, from our perspective.
Mathilde, I'm going to put the same sort of question to you. To wear the devil's advocate hat, I think we're all in this room pretty much aligned on the ideas of wanting sustainability, but you're a small business. Why on earth would you do that? Why would you give yourself more rules to follow?
So maybe I'll just take a little bit of a different angle. So there's a lot of different frameworks when you deal with food in EU, and one of them is also the standards of conformity. And what do those standards of conformity say? They say that the fruits and the vegetables you buy in the stores have to be certain sizes, certain perfections, and so on. And all that is actually contributing to a lot of food waste. And you were mentioning that we need to change the mindset of the consumers. How do we change that mindset if the legislation in the area is kind of standardized so that you cannot have space for natural products? So in that way, there are some contradictions between the voluntary and the legislation. What we're doing, for instance, in Freshland is that when we go to one of our farmers that has avocados, and he shows us avocados in all sizes. He has giant avocados, normal avocados, tiny avocados, and so on. We are like, why should we only buy, let's say, 60% of it? Why don't we buy 95% of it? All of it is tasty, high quality food, but within the standard of conformity, only 60% fits. So we have decided on our platform to offer 4 different avocado products. We have the baby avocados, which are cheaper, but the farmer is suddenly getting a whole new revenue stream for a product that he before would throw out. And we have the giant avocados, which are also a little bit cheaper, but still revenue back to the farmer. So in this way, I think we need to look more holistic and say, if we want to implement these code of conducts, where in the legal landscape do we see some constraints to implement it?
Well, you're a bit of a trailblazer in this regard. And of course, codes of conduct are generally signed up to by the good actors, but there are a lot of bad actors out there. Michelle, can you see the code of conduct as maybe leading away, sort of showing by example what can be done to maybe those more reluctant players in the field?
Yeah, I think the code of conduct for me is just the first step. I think it makes us aware that we need to do something. For me, it's much more important to take the second and the third step. And we actually have been engaging in discussions, exactly what Mathilde says, that legislation is a limiting factor. I had another example of a big food multinational in Europe that were trying to convince French farmers to go to circular aquaculture, and they actually were inhibited by a number of regulations themselves as well. So it's really a way. I think we need, first of all, we need direction, we need priority. Then I think we need smaller ecosystems to exactly do that, because we need to go for accommodation of legislation. We need to go for trying to change farmers' behavior. We need to go for changing consumer behavior. I think if we are trying to do that on a macro level, it will be very difficult. So we need different actors and different companies, institutions taking the lead for their specific challenge, and we need to cut up the puzzle into pieces that we can understand and that we can tackle. So I think it is going to be a very difficult job to do, but I think if we don't get started soon, we will really be running out of time. I was intrigued by your remark and early this morning that we have 7 or 8 harvests to go until it's 2030. We have to be at minus 50%. We're not heading there now, so yeah.
Well, I'm minded of the old phrase, how do you eat an elephant? One piece at a time. Have we questions from the floor? We've got about 10 minutes to go. If I could get any hands up for people who want to challenge our panelists. Any questions you want to ask? Yes, one here at the front. It's always the people at the front. Well done.
Thank you very much. No?
Just keep talking.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much for such a valuable discussion. I want to elaborate more on code of conduct. So we at NTNU developed and included actually this in master program for food technology. And yeah, thank you. I want to hear from you more about the role of universities to achieve the goals of code of conduct. Thank you.
Dirk, you know, Food Drink Europe has a lot of stakeholders. What is the role for learning and for universities?
Well, I think we definitely need young, bright people, first of all, in our sector, but in also in helping to shape the future of food systems. And I was very pleased to be involved in an EIT project before on the future food makers, and I can only stimulate young people to get enthusiastic about the greatest sector of all times, which is food and drink. I think we have a real shortage of skilled people, and in fact, we've recently launched a partnership, Pact for Skills, with the farmers to encourage upskilling and reskilling, but also skilling in the first place of people in the agri-food industry and in the agri-food sector as a whole, because this is highly needed. And I think, as I think colleagues have said before, we don't have all the solutions yet today. So we really rely on academics, but also on bright minds to help find us these win-wins that I was talking about before. If we have a few more years to go really to make the investments, and the companies in our sector, they look at predictability and stability in the long term, which is now very much under pressure, obviously, but also in their investments. And I know that Sean can tell that much better than I do, but you're looking long term. So if you want to invest in new low carbon technology, for instance, you need to do that now in order to have a real impact in 2030. So we really need you now. And also in the code, there is the possibility for collaborative supporters, like EIT Food, but also academics and universities are very much welcome to join this exercise. I think the more, the merrier.
Can I ask one more, please? Because the previous question was from my colleague who couldn't actually come due to SAS strike, but another question is from me. How can you actually attract industry? For example, when I'm applying for European projects, it's very important to have industry for, for reduction of waste, food losses, and so on. And then it's extremely hard to attract industry that wants actually to work on these topics, So do you have any advices for that? Thank you.
Michelle, I think EIT probably has
I was
plenty of
afraid of
advice.
that. No, I think, I would say give us a call, because I think that's what we do every day. We're trying to match industries, universities, innovation, technology institutions, and we do that on a daily basis. So you come to the right place. Thank you.
Sean, perhaps give us from the industry side, you're involved in this sort of thing, PepsiCo's involved in this sort of thing. It's not every company that does it. Perhaps you could send a message to them about why they should.
Yeah, well, if I think about the role of universities to large companies like ours, even when we've signed up to the Code of Conduct, we don't have all the knowledge we need to meet all of those goals. So we either need existing knowledge to be reapplied in new ways, or we need to create new knowledge which will allow us to move forward with those different goals. And I think that the environment that universities create, which is very much around learning and creating knowledge. When you start your university, you're learning, and at the end of your, when you go to a master's or a doctor, you're creating new knowledge for society. I think the role the Code of Conduct can do is it can create focal points. It can create areas that can drive discussion between universities and companies. And by thinking in a roadmap sense around how do we get to this Code of Conduct and being open about the knowledge that we need to have that we can apply to solve problems, I think that's one of the ways that we can work with universities to zoom in and find those connections.
Yes, I have a question right at the back and another one at the front as well. So we'll go to the front first just because the microphone is closer, but we will come to you.
Thanks. I just would like to go back to the regulation side of the discussion. So the change of mindset was mentioned for consumers and the private sector. Arguably, also in the policy area, we're seeing this with the sustainable food framework legislation that is being planned and the commissioner was referring to before. Do you panelists see this as a force to really look at the system of food really as a system, and so not as scattered as we have addressed it so far? I mean, historically, it's been always very much scattered. And what do you see the Code of Conduct role in contributing to, contributing to how the private sector sustainability element is incorporated in the legislation? Thanks.
Well, Kirsten, perhaps first we could get the Commission view on this.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it also links up very much with what you said, Mathilde. We obviously have, I mean, like every sector, I mean, food is impacted with legislation coming from many different areas, and you will never have only one place, one ministry, or one Commission DG. But what I think we have undertaken in the context also of our new industrial policy is to focus on different ecosystems. And that's why, I mean, our Director General, we have the agri-food ecosystem, and we try to really look at this ecosystem upstream, downstream, including, for instance, skills needs. I mean, like with question about universities, etc. So, and in this context, I mean, we also, of course, will screen what is the overall impact in terms of legislation on the sector, and especially under the focus of sustainability, what needs maybe in terms of existing legislation to be looked at. And I think you have a fair point. I mean, I think every existing legislation has a reason for, I mean, there you can have 10 good reasons why you have the standards, and so, but indeed, I mean, the result may be rather detrimental, and one has to find solutions to address this. And what I was thinking when I heard you talking also after your question, I think one of the sort of avenues of the code of conduct could also be to sort of collect points, you know, back as a message, let's say, to the legislator on issues which may need to be adapted, or like pragmatic solutions found. I mean, for instance, for the standards, often the pragmatic solution is found that they are sort of sold differently at lower price, etc. But I think so. There is also, in a way, I think, a role for the code of conduct, not only in terms of exchange of good practice between companies, but also back, I would say, to the legislator in the large sense. That, I mean, would be, I think, a good objective.
Dirk, what's your take? Is it a scattergun approach, or do you see a holistic thinking?
No, I very much agree with what Kristen just said. I think already with the introduction of the farm to fork strategy, we've seen sort of this move towards a more holistic, I hate that word, approach to food systems. And it's really laudable that the Commission sort of went that direction. But we are not there yet, and we see still those problems that were mentioned before. So I think the code can be a very good segue into that discussion. And I think we were talking about mindsets. I think also the policymaker mindset should change, like from being the very classical regulator, trying to regulate markets and regulate sectors, to more become an enabling official or an enabling institution that helps us in this transition. And I think the legislative framework on sustainable food systems should actually be coming with that framework that enables the companies to look at the different aspects of sustainability, the environmental, social, and health and economic dimension in an integrated way. So that the companies can then sort of on the ground achieve the targets that have been set. If we don't have that enabling environment, we will not be able to meet the goals, how much we want to and how much we wish to.
We have one question at the back, and we are practically out of time. So if you keep the question brief, and the answer is even briefer.
30 seconds.
Well, building on what you were saying now, and before you talked about the relationship between voluntary approaches and regulated approaches, so we understand the Commission is working on potentially a new innovation strategy, and one of the things that I think they are looking at is developing regulatory sandboxes to test new ways to regulate. And I think this is important for innovation because, you know, between voluntary and regulated, innovation sometimes gets stuck in the middle. And we see in EIT food, and often we need to experiment also with new regulatory approaches. So what's your recipe, or what are your recommendations on how we can potentially develop some of these regulatory sandboxes, or what is your experience if this has been already done in the past? Because I think that this would be interesting for us to know and maybe contribute to. Thank you.
Well, regulatory sandboxes are a kind of horizontal question that we always ask the Commission. Kirsten, do you want to give a 3-second answer on where and why for?
I thought the question was rather to the others what
Yeah.
we should do, but I mean, I think we have a lot of experience on regulatory sandboxes in the financial regulation area where I think it was, and I mean, here, I think they are, I mean, I would rather see that we get some feedback from where we should be active. I mean, let's say it's a wonderful tool conceptually.
Yeah.
In practice, it's much more difficult to apply because you have all kinds of challenges also, I mean, because we're working in the context of the single market. But as I said, I mean, we have very good experience in the financial sector, but I remember that.
In that case, we'll just get a quick phrase from each of you on what should be considered for a regulatory sandbox. Is it, be open-minded? Is it try new things? What's your phrase, Dirk?
A new mindset.
Sean?
Innovation is triggered by regulation. I think regulatory sandbox can help us understand the intent of the regulation versus its actual manifestation.
Mathilde?
Let's avoid too much bureaucracies.
Fair enough. And
I would say break the silos.
Yeah.
wonderful. Thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Well done. Great having you on the panel.
So we're going to introduce a new moderator now for our next panel. I hope you've got lots of food for thought. I'm sure you'll be sick of that pun by the end of today. Go eat more ugly avocados and join us again in just a few minutes for our next session, which will be a spotlight on youth, moderated by Mario Vaccaro. Thank you.
I actually forgot
Thank you.
to bring my cards.
Okay, let's give a few seconds for cleaning the stage. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm very delighted to be here and to chair this session. I'm sort of in dual role. On one side, I will be the moderator. On the other side, I work for this great organization, EIT Food, and I will introduce you to Skill for the Future. You will see what Skill for the Future does for young people. Now, I see, yes, the slide is on. I have also here the system to change it. Distinguished guest Antonetta Angelova-Krasteva and Alessandra Moretti, also my dearest students and teachers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Future of Food Conference dedicated to the Year of Youth, European Year of Youth, as you can see here. Now, some of you knows that last year, around the 15th of September, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, basically declared the 2022 the Year of Youth. And one of the ground reasons for that has been already mentioned several times, was that the young people was severely affected by the corona pandemics. Of course, everything changed very abruptly. The seeing each other at the class or in the schoolyard was transforming seeing each other in a screen. School had to adapt, change their methods, but definitely the young student and the youth had a dramatic effect in their life and their mental health. I still recall my daughter, 16 years old, a girl at the time of the 2 years ago, she told me, Papa, this is taking away my best year of my youth. And I think, okay, she's still young, but definitely was a very, very difficult moment for them. Now, what is also important to say is the European Year of Youth is putting in place a number of initiatives to combat unemployment and school dropout. And more will be done in the next future. I think young people need to be put in the center of the discussion. We should listen at them so that their saying of today will be tomorrow's law. And today we have been listening at adult, but let's soon listen at the voice of youth. Now, I think that Skill for the Future, it's going a little bit faster. Okay, Skill for the Future is a program which satisfies the European Year of Youth, and it does more. I think it's a program which empowers talent to basically think about the future of our home, our planet. And I think there is no better way to define one of the grand challenges of our century, which is the food, health, and planet, has been recurring, these three words in the previous talk that we have heard. Now, in the last 3 years, we have reached and educated more than 4,500 students, and they have generated hundreds of ideas, and some of them are becoming startups. This is fantastic in my point of view. Skill for the Future is about entrepreneurial skills. It's about mindset change, and just now we have heard about this mindset shift that is necessary to accomplish the transition of the food system. It's about circular thinking and the planet's sustainability. Actually, Skill for the Future is a cross-kick program. We operate in 5 different European EU countries. You can see here the list, one for each of these kicks. And it's also done there in order to basically enhance the innovation capacity of this country, empowering, again, young people. It's Skill for the Future is a program implemented in collaboration with a great organization. This organization is so good that this year was nominated for the Peace Nobel Prize. Junior Achievement Worldwide. Junior Achievement, in short JA, is a top 10 NGO for 4 years in a row. And it operates all over the world, even in area of political instability, violence, and war. And what it does, it gives tools to the youth in order to basically reconquest their confidence, to create startups, to create companies, and therefore overcome unemployment and poverty and lack of hope when there is this dramatic situation in several countries in the world. Now, I think I would like that you join me in an applause for this Nobel Prize Peace of JA for this year. And we have in the audience the Deputy CEO of we have the Deputy CEO of JA Europe, Diana Phillips. Thank you, Diana, for being with us. Now, let's go back to Skill for the Future. Skill for the Future is a challenge-based program. We challenge our talents for 3 challenges. The first one is food loss and waste. We all know that 1/3 of the food produced will be discarded, wasted, whereas there's a lot of value inside. And for the society, also is a business opportunity. The second challenge is healthy nutrition and prevention of non-communicable disease. We know the large portion of our population in the planet is overweight, and some others still do not receive sufficient nutrients. We have a situation here where, enormous pressure comes in the healthy system, and a lot of people suffer of NCD. The last one is about precision agriculture, sometimes now called regenerative agriculture, but this is a challenge which really addresses the needs of thinking in a circular way, have a circular mentality to rationalize our resources and to use system that allows everyone to use these resources in much more rational way. Now, I think all what we do is basically offer to the student skills and competencies which we think are essential for the transformation of the agri-food system as depicted here in our competencies framework. And I think it's basically a program that at 360 degree because the experience that they do really touch on all these competencies and skills and allows them to produce learning outcomes outstanding. Now, Skill for the Future is not only that, it also promotes a STEM subject, it promotes digital skills, and also works in a gender equality modality, so the girls and boys works together and not in silos. It also is a teacher training program, because we educate also teacher in order to basically understand entrepreneurial education. We give them system thinking, ideation project training, and also we have coupled this year with the European Union EPA, which is basically an association and a body of the European Union which allows understanding copyright and IPR issues. An excellent partner for us. So, in other words, I think Skill for the Future is basically a program of empowerment, is a creativity, is about teamwork and joy, and I think it's also a program where the last become the first. And this was my pitch for this event. And now I change suit and I become a moderator. We will have now a series of speech and pitch. The pitch will be done by the students that have participated. There are 3 of them have participated in this program. But first, I would like to invite Alessandra Moretti, member of the European Parliament, and also Antonetta Angelova-Kresteva, which is is a director of a department of 4 units at the GEAC, Innovation and EIT, Digital Skills, Marie Skłodowska-Kuriaction, and Cooperation, International Cooperation. Please come over. Yes, you can sit anywhere you like.
To you.
Okay, perfect. And okay, we will start with Mrs. Moretti. I think she will address some opening, and then we will start with the pitch.
Yes, thank you. Let me see.
I think maybe it's
Can
okay.
No, I don't know if
It's working.
it doesn't work. Okay, this is no. This is yes.
It's working. It's working
It's
fine.
working. It's working? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this important event today. And the future of food is fundamental to guarantee to us, but in particular to young generation, a decent existence. And I'm happy to be here to celebrate the efforts of these young people in funding innovative solutions in 3 very crucial areas: food waste, agriculture, and healthy nutrition. During this legislative term, as a member of Environmental, Food Safety, and Public Health Committee, I've been strongly committed to the promotion and defense of food safety and public health, which are very, very strictly connected. As politicians, I consider that our moral duty should be to promote an healthy lifestyle and assure that food we bring every day to our table is high of quality. High quality for everybody, not only for rich or privileged people. It is my view that the key to solve, or at least to curb, diet-related diseases like obesity, some type of cancers, and diabetes is prevention. However, in order to prevent, our citizens should be empowered with all the instruments they need in order to make an informed choice without influence them, as stressed both in the Farm to Fork and in the new consumer agenda.
What, in my view, should be further emphasized in the current political debate is the importance of further promoting educational campaigns on different topics like, for example, promoting healthy and sustainable diets, including the consumption of organic products in school and in public institutions. Raising awareness about food waste, we should not forget that about 1/3 of all food produced in the world is lost or wasted in the transition between producer and consumer. And the importance of innovation in decarbonizing the agri-food sector. This is very important too. Empowering and educating our citizens, in particular young citizens, is the key. And this is what we are doing and you are doing with EU Skills for the Future project. And it's amazing see committed young people as you involved in the creation of mini companies struggling to find solutions to make agriculture more sustainable, reducing food waste and promoting healthy nutrition. The path to follow has been mapped by European institutions, in particular through the Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy, but this is not enough. We must continue to work in the territories together with the citizens and together with students like you, who are proven that they can be an example for the older generations. You are a very good example for us. Let us continue to fight together for a healthier, more sustainable and fairer Europe. So I'm looking now forward to see your pitch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Moretti. I stand up again because now is the time to give space to the student. The first to come and pitch is a class which belongs to an institute in Italy, in Sicily, the Ettore Majorana Institute, which is considered, actually it has been awarded as the first high school in Italy to use entrepreneurial education. I would like to call now Ecoton Polish to come over and to give a big applause to Ecoton Polish.
Dove lo facciamo?
Tu lo mettiamo qua, quando è il momento lo fai.
Hi everyone, we are the students from the Industrial Technical Institute at Mariana in Milazzo, and our specialization is chemistry and materials. We are the founders of Ecoton Polish JA. Our company with zero environmental impact was created to contrast the food waste problem, in particular of tomatoes. The Italian tomato industry is one of the biggest in the world, making 40% of world production with waste that reaches 5.2 million tons. Thanks to our product, there won't be any waste. Axidum is a spray which uses the acidic properties of tomatoes to polish metal surfaces and metal tools. Being a 100% natural and eco-sustainable
No, it's the first, it's the stack. It is stuck. I'm sorry about that. But her story is very good.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Being a 100% natural and eco-sustainable product, it can be used by anyone to replace other chemicals that are harmful for the environment and dangerous for our health.
Okay, so, Axidum is easy to use. It comes in a simple transparent plastic bottle equipped with a spray nozzle that facilitates its application. Just spray it and rub with a cloth. The front side of the label shows the name of the product, and on the back you will find the description of the components of our spray. Based on the costs to be incurred, considering raw materials, marketing, and packaging, we claim to reach the break-even point by the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025. So, the pictogram has three characteristic colors: red, that recalls the tomato; white, to represent a new beginning; and the green, that is a reference to nature. So, oddio. Vabbè. To advertise our product, we have created a teaser video in order to attract buyers without revealing too many information, but highlighting only the most important aspects. And our marketing department has decided to use social media to allow our company to reach a greater number of national and international customers.
The business model we thought to use is business to business. We aim to make our customers pay for the quality of our product. Axido meets all the necessary requirements to be released on the market efficiently, with a cost of €3 for a bottle of 500 milliliters. This path began in November 2021 with the establishment of the company and the choice of the product to be released. In December 2021, we devised our product marketing and promotion strategy. In March 2022, the realization of the product began after months of tests and prototypes. We aim to implement the production and enter the e-commerce market in July 2022. Our goal is to set out a collaboration with Italian business partners in June 2023. And in January 2024, we would like to extend the collaboration with foreign business partners. This is our team.
Thanks for your attention.
And by the way, this is the prototype in case you want to try it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Fantastic. Yes, I'm now moving forward to the next pitch. This is a pitch which addressed the second challenge, the healthy nutrition and non-communicable disease. I call Healthy Tiger on the stage in order to pitch. Loro. Pressate il verde per andare avanti nella slide. Ok. Ok, mettetevi un po' più in centro, così tanto lo vedete là.
We are students from the Technical Economical School Francesco De Santis in Avellino, and we are here today to present our idea named Healthy Tiger.
Wrong eating habits can have a negative impact on health, environment, psychophysical wellness, and the economy, in particular on the national health system, as can be seen from this slide.
What we need to ask ourselves is how and where we can fight obesity. It is necessary to promote and support healthy education and healthy eating. Healthy eating is important in all ages, but is even more important as a child. Eating in a balanced way in the year of growth ensures optimal physical and cognitive development.
Healthy Tiger is an app designed for families and especially for kids, and it allows to learn the risks of unhealthy nutrition and the benefits of a healthy lifestyle. What are the strengths of our app? With Healthy Tiger, kids and teens learn easily through play, and Healthy Tiger allows them a correct diet in all daily meals. Families have a tool to learn the principles of a healthy lifestyle, and nutritionists and experts have the opportunity to raise the community awareness and track the children eating habits. The app layout is simple and intuitive. And in order to keep the children interest alive, the game will be continuously updated.
Healthy Tiger will also be an important help for family that will be able to assess a report of the child activities and nutritionists because they will analyze the data of the children they care for.
The data highlight in this slide that the global health market will constantly increase of 6.12% in each coming year.
We have realized a business model canvas of our company, and now I'm going to show it to you through this slide. I would like to highlight 2 key points. The first one is value proposition. We offer an app designed to promote healthy eating habits and which is helpful for parents too. Its main features are innovation and extraordinary user-friendliness, convenience, and the possibility to interact with experts. Then there is the revenue streams. Our revenue streams are going to come from the sales of our services, paid content, advertising banners, and also from campaigns linked to beauty products and sporting goods.
The creator of this project, there are the students of the 4th class of the Economic Technical Institute on Sant'Angelo dei Lombardi.
Sustainability is a choice.
We need to empower our community, and the starting point are the children.
By playing in the most natural and funny way possible, they will learn to eat healthy. Stay healthy with Healthy Tiger.
Excellent, bellissimo, bravissimi. Bene, okay, you can take a place and then you will call back. And now comes the last challenge. This is precision agriculture. Is a team which has already been awarded by a prize, and it's coming today here to present once again his idea and product, Demetra. Please, Antonio Francesco.
By 2030, 47% of the world population will be living with the scarcity problem of water. We are talking about a resource fundamental to survival of the world. The sector that use most water is agriculture with 20 billion cubic meters per year.
The proposal that we at Demetra JA present is ESG, rainwater harvesting and smart irrigation system. Fully automatic, it considers 3 basic parameters: soil moisture, air moisture, and outdoor temperature. It independently determines when to irrigate to maximize the collected rainwater. ESG thus translates the weather adversity into optimization of the production process, with a view to a circular economy. ESG is in line with the target 12.2 of the global goals, the 2030 of agenda. The ESG product is an irrigation system that can be partially already assembled and optimized. In terms of environmental sustainability, smart capabilities, and rainwater recovery, ESG is matched. We aim to use sales channels such as online channels and direct channels. ESG market has very broad target clients, which include government departments, but mainly farms and nursery companies. The model we used for selling our product is B2B2C, as we interact with other retailers, and also with the end customer.
The product fits into a market move about 2.5 billion of euros. We first had our idea in November 2021, then we developed our project in December. We started prototyping in January, and in March we had product realized. We are planning to start the semi-industrial phase in January, expected to our break-even point in February 2023. So it is both possible for us to have a profit for 44,000 a year in December 2025.
Encouraging data from the real financial projection, about 9,000 euros profit for the first year of operation and 45,000 euros for the year 2025.
This is the governance of the Demetra JA. Antonio Cartareggia, Francesco Formica, Francesco Bellino e Samuele Currò. Demetra, green is the best choice.
Thank you very much. Grazie. Thank you. This goes. Okay, so these were the three pitch. I hope you enjoy. You have to think that these students, have done this in Italian. This is the first time they do it in English. So I think there is a second round of applause for that. And now I would like to call the representative of each team to join the table here. There will be a little bit of open discussion, a few questions. I think will be you coming up on the stage again, and then Aurora, and I don't know whether it's Francesco or Antonio which is coming. Only one of you, Antonio or Francesco? Antonio, okay. Good. So. Okay, very well. And I think what will happen now, Antonio, you can sit there. We will open a bit of discussion with you. I will help you in case you don't understand the question. But I think Mrs. Angelova Krasteva will be basically addressing some question, if I understand right. Right, Antonetta? Will be you opening a little bit, break the ice on this session.
I will gladly do so. I hope you can hear me. First of all, let me start by really congratulating these young innovators and entrepreneurs. I was really thrilled to see their innovative ideas and solutions really brilliant. I very much look forward to see them on the market or applied in our real life. So congratulations for that, for following this training, which has been offered by the EIT KIC and Junior Achievements. Before I do some other remarks later on, I wanted to hear from you actually, how did you find this learning? What did you learn from this training? Any new ideas? And for the future, is there anything you'd recommend to consider further improving for other people who may wish to follow this training? So what did you learn from this? What are the added value of this training?
Is that the question clear? Okay, I don't know whether the two girls have catch the question. Maybe we start with there. Yes, you want to go for it?
Oh, we learn a lot about financial and economy skills that we for sure will use in the future. And after that, we even learned about how to work in a group and how to, how can I say, and how to take the responsibility of this type of work.
Maybe you, Aurora, want to say something in the microphone?
Thanks to these experiences, we have learned to work together and overcome shyness of promoting our idea with self-confidence.
Very well. Antonio, the question was mostly, la domanda era che cosa hai imparato in questa esperienza, but the answer should be in English.
Okay.
during the Skill for the Future journey, the most valuable lesson we have learned is that if you work with motivation and the team spirit, you get to goal.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Mario, if you allow me just to say a few things, I think that the answers actually very well demonstrated the value of such education training programs. Indeed, it is hugely important when we talk about innovation and entrepreneurial skills that this is something, this kind of training starts at an early stage, and this is demonstrated by the idea solutions that were just presented by these young innovators and entrepreneurs. And on the Commission side, this is something we actually very much encourage. Let me start by saying a few words about the EIT, the European Innovation Institute of Innovation and Technology, because we see it as clearly demonstrating actually the promotion of teaching innovation and entrepreneurial skills still at an early age. This is done by the EIT Kick Food, but also in other sectors which are of key importance given the pressing societal challenges we have to tackle. So it is indeed great to have the Institute putting education, skills, and talent development at its core. This is one of the distinctive features of the EIT and its knowledge and innovation communities. One of the particular points that were made also at the previous session was the need for innovation in all these areas, the need for skills given the mismatches that exist. And this is what the EIT and the KICs are doing, equipping young people with the skills that are of quality, that are of relevance to the innovation ecosystems, but also to the labor market. What is very important also from that perspective is to underline the opportunity this training programs actually offer to students, to young people as such, which is incredible because they actually acquire skills in very specific areas. We talk here about the agri-food sector, but you know, we have the digital, we have also the climate sector, manufacturing, and many others. But what is also important is through these programs to build the capacity of the education institutions. We are very happy to see that the EIT, through its knowledge and innovation communities with active participation also from the food kick, there are very concrete activities implemented in this area. And I'm here referring to a pilot project that has been implemented over the past years. It is running from 2001 and 2003. What is important in that? First of all, it brings the various stakeholders together. It brings together the education sectors and institutions with the companies, with SMEs, with research organizations. It is important to make sure that our education systems are really prepared for the challenges that we face today and the challenges to come in the future. This particularly involves the need for developing relevant, innovative training programs. And this could be done only in close cooperation between the various sectors, the education institutions, but also the business and the research organizations, civil society organizations, very much important. Innovative training programs which actually equip young people with innovative innovation and entrepreneurial skills, which have training programs around the innovation, development of innovation, how to build an SME or a company, how to actually learn organizational skills, how to engage with stakeholders and civil society. This is extremely, extremely important. We heard from our young innovators and entrepreneurs also how through this program they have acquired this kind of more transversal soft skills. Allow me just to say a few more things to underline the comprehensive approach we take from the side of the Commission when we address the need to develop innovative innovation and entrepreneurial skills. Here I would like to mention our flagship program, the Erasmus Plus program. And you know, it offers opportunities for student mobility, but also for the capacity building of institutions. And once again, this is hugely important because we have plenty of opportunities for young people to do traineeships with companies and organizations to get knowledge and also develop competencies in very concrete subject areas, but also to develop transversal skills. Important to say is, as I said, the development of the innovation capacity of the education systems as such. I would like also to mention, as probably many of you have already heard, that recently, earlier this year, the Commission also adopted a communication for the universities in Europe, where we would like to actually promote the European dimension of higher education in Europe, where we would like to further strengthen the role of higher education institutions in Europe as drivers of change, as also promoting Europe's leading role in higher education. And here, in particular, to promote one action which the Commission will implement together with member states, but also with entrepreneurs. In particular, this is to bring innovators to schools. And this means to create schools partnerships by giving the opportunity of young people to meet leading personalities in the field of innovation and entrepreneurship, to learn from their practical experience, to learn how to create a company, to develop a startup, to learn from their experience, to fail and to succeed, to compete in a global economy. Two more things, as it's been a bit lengthy on my side, but there are too many things that we are doing on the side of the Commission together with many other partners. It was also already mentioned the importance of digital skills and STEM. Let me just share a figure with you. A very recent survey has shown that in Europe we still have only 54% of the population in Europe aged between 16 and 74 with basic digital skills. We all know that digital skills and competencies are hugely important, and here we talk about basic digital skills, but also about advanced digital skills. And we know that STEM subjects are hugely important to also advance in areas and sectors which are of key importance also for the economic development and competitiveness of Europe, sectors which provide plenty of opportunities for young people also to develop and succeed. And the last point, European Year of Youth. It was mentioned on many, many occasions. I will not go through the list of the various activities that are offered to young people. But once again, to actually highlight what Mario said, it is indeed important to put young people in the spotlight and to show the key importance, the key role they play in our society. It is indeed great to see that young people are engaged with key societal topics related to challenges like the protection of the environment, fighting climate change, but also improving health and well-being. Here, Mrs. Moretti mentioned the importance of healthy lifestyle. This is indeed hugely important. On the side of the Commission, we have such an initiative which is promoted by Commissioner Gabriel, putting together sports activities, but also innovation and, of course, the food sector and health. I stop there. It's been too long.
We are standing between us and the lunch, which is outside there. And but I think it's absolutely fantastic your panoramic on all the policy initiative. Remain the fact that really private sector should discover this talent, and it's absolutely important that private sector comes and becomes also an actor for educating young talents, because then you can discover them and you can retain them in order to embrace this new way of thinking. Last but not least are the teachers. The teachers are extremely important. The idea they are here in a way they are also shaped through the teachers, and the teachers are really an actor, an enabling actor, and we need to give more possibility to them to basically adopt this type of educational program. So with that, I stop too. I thank the student, I thank the teacher. But I thank Mrs. Moretti and Mrs. Mangelova Krasteva and you for listening at this session. Thank you very much. Grazie mille. I think the student, if they can come over here, we take a photo. Yes, all the student and the teacher. Also has been after. That was.
If we could have the quick photo now, and if I could remind everyone, we do have one last interview before lunch. So if I could ask everyone to remain in your seats, and we'll have a quick photo, and then we'll have our final interview, and then we will have lunch after that.
Yes.
So I can invite everyone to remain in their seats. Thank you.
Come on. And the teacher also, please. Come, quick. Quick. Accanto. Sì, vediamo un po'. Brava, eccoti. Così. Ci siamo. Yeah, come here. Do we have enough? Squeeze as much as we can. Okay. There we are. Okay. Thank you very much. Grazie. Sì? Veramente non me lo dici. Ops. Non me lo dici tanto per. You don't say.
Students, please. And Andy, if I could invite you, please, back up onto the stage. Thank you.
So please stick around. There's still one more interview, which will be, I promise, will be interesting and also quite short. And we're fully aware this is a dangerous moment because you're all hungry and you want to go have lunch. But again, it'll be interesting morsels, something for you to think about over lunch. So. With that, so we have the honor now to bring in Maciej Golubiewski, who is the head of cabinet of the EU Aquaculture Commissioner Janusz Wojciechowski. So if you would please come to the stage.
Hello, how are you?
Hello,
sir?
hi, very well.
Thank you.
Please have a seat.
I hope I can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Right.
So just by way of just quickly introducing you, so you don't have to, be shy about saying what you did. So I have a few words that I've been told to say. Maciej Golubiewski is the head of the cabinet, as I just said, for the Agricultural Commissioner Janusz Wojciechowski. He holds a Bachelor's of Arts degree in philosophy, politics, and economics from Washington and Lee University from 1999, and a Master of Arts degree in political science from the Johns Hopkins University from 2005. He also holds an international baccalaureate diploma from the United World College of the Atlantic in the UK. For close to 5 years, Maciej was teaching assistant and lecturer in political science and international relations at the Johns Hopkins University. In 2008, I hope this is right, you joined the European Commission's Directorate General for Development and Relations with African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries, where you participated in negotiations of economic partnership agreements with the African regional blocs. In 2011, he moved to the newly created European External Action Service. Between 2014 and 2015, you served as the Deputy Chief of Mission and the head of the political section at the EU delegation to Lebanon and Beirut, which must have been a very interesting assignment, I'm sure. Between 2017 and 2019, you were also the Consul General of the Republic of Poland in New York. You're sitting currently on the advisory board of the Integral Economic Development Master Program at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C., and for almost 10 years have been associated with the Sobieski Institute in Warsaw as an expert on the EU and foreign policy.
Thank you for this very generous introduction. It was very lengthy. No, you did not, but I wonder who told you to, but thank you.
Sure thing. So,
I know more about myself now.
Well, there you go. That's always good. See, people always tend to forget what they did, right? So the true
Time
greatness,
flies, yeah, memories
true
get
greatness
weaker.
comes out in these moments, right? So, just a couple of questions for you. So, first of all, many thanks for being here with us today. We understand that Commissioner Wojciechowski could not join us today, which
In
is
Geneva, yeah.
in Geneva. So, therefore, you kindly agreed to come here, and we're really very pleased to have you here today. So this morning, as you may know, we opened the event with a presentation by the JRC on the impact of food production and consumption on the greenhouse gas emissions and innovations to support the transition. But unfortunately, climate change is not the only concern we have right now. In fact, we started to plan this particular conference right after the COP26 in Glasgow, where we realized that there was a huge interest in the role of the agri-food sector in tackling climate change and a great opportunity to highlight this role. But a few months later, unfortunately, war broke out in Ukraine, and besides those huge concerns for the livelihoods of the brave people of Ukraine, and also for security in Europe in general, we started to worry about the potential impact of the conflict on food security and affordability in Europe, and indeed the world. Now, at EIT Food, as you may know, our focus is on developing innovative solutions to future-proof the food system. It is key for us to understand what is happening today in order to anticipate what's going to happen in the future. So, with that, the big question is, what is your assessment of the situation in the agri-food sector caused by the conflict? And what are the most important challenges that research and innovation can help the EU and its member states to address in the short term, but also the medium and long term?
Well, thank you.
Big question.
Thank you. Big questions. Thank you very much for having me. I tried not to keep you too long, and so you can have your lunch. The situation, obviously, because of the war, because of the aggression of Russia and Ukraine, has become more difficult for the food sector, especially for those countries that are very much dependent on Ukrainian exports of grains, cereals, certain oilseeds. And this is something that's very dear to the heart of my commissioner. We're working very hard to ensure that logistically, I think it's around 5 million tons a month need to kind of make their way out of the Black Sea ports to the rest of the world to feed the population. We have starvation in Ukraine. We have serious dependencies in Egypt on imported wheat. In Lebanon, where I was posted, almost 70% of imported wheat come from Ukraine. Luckily, it's not the situation in all of African countries and Middle Eastern countries. So that's a huge issue. But with all that come prices, comes certain pressures on fertilizers that are linked to energy prices that are going up. Obviously, you all know what kind of dependencies the EU has with regards to Russia when it comes to gas, for example, and fossil fuels. That obviously fuels fertilizer prices. The lack of export of grains, especially livestock feed, feeds into high prices of that feed, again inflating prices of produce, of livestock, and it's really putting a pressure on farmers here in Europe, and also ultimately on consumers, which will have to pay and already paying high prices also due to inflation. So while food security in Europe is not a huge problem per se, but food affordability and kind of income of farmers is under threat, at least for certain important groups. So that we deal with it kind of in three ways. There was a communication on the 24th of March on food security under my commissioner. He was the author of it with DG Agri, where we presented some of the measures. The short-term measures obviously was to bring about some sort of food security in Ukraine itself through various humanitarian interventions. So that was done on the side of DG ECHO, Commissioner Lenarčič very much involved, and a lot of member states bringing in whatever humanitarian support that was needed. Then the medium-term issues was to bring about stability in the EU when it comes to agricultural situation. And here there was a package of certain measures, such as state aid that allows farmers to get, for those countries that can afford it, obviously, not every country has fiscal space to do this, to get support from coffers of member states for, if farmers suffered from for example, high fertilizer prices because of the war, they could ask for compensation. We had some other, we put into practice, put into operation a so-called crisis reserve, 500 million euros for the first time in history of the common agricultural policy, actually. So this was to stabilize, let's say, the short-term or medium-term situation in Europe. And then long-term. The long-term, we need to work on, again, on those dependencies. We need to ensure that, especially when it comes to energy, we are not dependent, but also on fertilizers. And this is something that innovation plays a huge role. You play a huge role in coming up with innovative practices in such as precision farming, agroecology, nutrient management, alternatives to plant protection products. So there's tons of work that and EIT Food is an instrumental part of this effort to bring about less dependence on those inputs. Another thing, my commissioner recently visited a very interesting kind of genetics plant that produces antimicrobials. And what's very interesting is that, we know the antibiotics use is a problem, I mean, in terms of its overuse. This particular plant, this particular company was using bacteriophages, which are kind of a virus-like protein structures actually attack bacteria, but they do not create this resistance that antibiotics do. So there's a lot of very interesting biology efforts also to fight that problem. And as my commissioner says, chemistry had its heyday in the 70s, I don't know, beginning of 20th century, with a lot of chemical products being used to help farmers, but now biology is becoming a little bit more a tool to improve and innovate and without sacrificing productivity. So there's a lot that can be done in the long term through the use of innovation technologies to help farmers. In the future of food, there won't be future of food if there is no real future for farmers. So we'll maybe mention it a bit later, but it's how we see it.
Excellent. Well, it makes very good sense, and really appreciate the insightful and detailed answer. And also, thank you for the plug you threw for EIT Food. That's really much appreciated here. So, moving on to the second and last question is, as you may know, sustainable agriculture is one of EIT Food's focus areas. In fact, later in the afternoon today, we will have 2 breakout sessions on climate, smart agriculture, and regenerative farming. Many of our projects and startups are focusing on precision farming. Now, we believe that we are doing our part to increase the sustainability and resilience of food production. Many innovative solutions are now becoming available. However, oftentimes the main challenge is the uptake of innovation by farmers. And those farmers, they're under pressure right now on many fronts, as you just mentioned, right? So there's input prices and also the price of energy and all the other inputs, right? Chemicals and chemical fertilizers. Now, if there's a limited uptake, the economic and societal impact of innovation will also be limited, right? So there is actually, if people don't take up those innovations, you're standing there doing nothing, right? So, in your opinion, how can we overcome this particular challenge? How can Horizon Europe and the new CAP help here? And also, can EIT Food and its partners help farmers to transform those businesses, do you think?
No, absolutely. The role for Horizon Europe and the CAP is fundamental and instrumental. In the trialogues, when we were discussing the final shape of the CAP, we decided to, well, it was already in the original plan, but we had to put a big emphasis on the innovative part and how to help farmers, because innovation also decreases the need for the use of some of those inputs. Precision farming, geospatial monitoring, you can be a bit more precise, but placing your fertilizer, you don't have to buy it so much. If you don't use nature protection products, if you don't use mechanical weeding, you also decrease the consumption of diesel. So these things. So the CAP finances and has tools that finance a lot of those approaches. One of the innovative things in the so-called first pillar, which deals with direct payments to farmers, is this thing called eco schemes, which is farmers are basically incentivized through an additional payment to the per hectare if they engage in some sort of either innovative approaches like precision farming, agroecological approaches, or carbon farming, regenerative farming, which is huge. And we now, in conversation with member states, are evaluating their so-called CAP strategic plans, where they which each member state has a task of producing a document where they list what is most optimal in terms of those taking up those interesting, innovative approaches to their agriculture, so that's fit for their I don't know, natural environment and the type of farming they do. So CAP absolutely fundamental through the first pillar, also through the second pillar, which is rural development, where there are investments in those type of technologies. Obviously, investments in precision farming could be found if the country decides so in that second pillar. And then Horizon Europe, obviously the so-called Chapter 6 or Heading 6, we have around 9 billion euros in that program for bioeconomy, sustainable agriculture approaches, etc. And so these are the instruments. I think also uptake. It's very important. We also finance all sorts of. Again, I'm sorry for the bureaucratic terms and terminology, but there's a thing called agricultural knowledge innovation systems. These are kind of a network of all involved in bringing about change in kind of a farming food environments in each country, and those ACIs types of approaches are also getting funds from the second pillar, I believe. And also we have this thing that's already 10 years old, and some of you probably know it because I believe EIT might be involved in some of those. It's called the European Innovation Partnerships, AGRI, EIP AGRI programs, which again bring about all the stakeholders to cooperate. Farmers, that's true. Some farmers will find it hard especially smaller ones, which have less money for let's say investments, to maybe use some of the technologies. So apart from obviously the funding from the CAP, they would need to cooperate. So we also support all sorts of cooperatives and approaches so that farmers can have a larger voice, especially the smaller ones. But also I believe there's a need to come up with business and financial innovation to, for example, ensure that farmers can benefit and reap benefits from some of the new approaches like carbon farming or regenerative farming, where in theory, I mean, conceptually, the farmers, once the accounting system is done, once we can get that, and we're working on it very hard to ensure that the system is put in place, that those farmers can then trade those permits, can actually become part of the this ETS, I wouldn't say, basically de facto a trading system where they could sell and actually make money if they do a lot of good carbon farming practices on their land. So that also needs innovation. If you're a single small farmer, I mean, how are you going to really engage individually in such trades? There needs to be some sort of a support system. So there's a lot of programs in the CAP that support that. And EIT Food, I think you have a lot of innovation, business creation, and programs that are great. The little I know about, and I had a chance to read a little bit. I was just listening on the last session. You bring youth very much in, and I think the opportunity here is amazing to get people involved on the innovation side and to, in a sense. The problem in many countries, but in most countries of Europe, is this problem of so-called generational renewal. There's a problem that young farmers, there are fewer of them basically, because farming is associated with some sort of old school type of practices and not necessarily the, let's say, climate or ecologically friendly ones. With innovation, with the more ecological, let's say, biology-based approaches, like my commissioner likes to say, there's an opportunity for a lot of smart people all over our member states. I mean, whether they come from the cities or from the agriculture, just get into that field. I know some farmers who came to farming completely without any farming background because they got interested in this, let's say, agroecological approach to farming, and they really wanted to get into it for basically they were fascinated intellectually as well. And then they wanted to kind of also come back to a more balanced way of life. So very much thank you and EIT Food for your dedication to promoting those. And I think when we put our minds together and we'll effectively translate it through our programming on the ground, with working closely with member states and those initiatives like EIP Agri and those so-called multi-actor groups, we can make a difference on the ground, and farmers, first of all, will survive to give future to food. So that's really what's most important for us, because my commissioner is an agriculture commissioner. He's not a food commissioner per se. He's an agriculture commissioner, so the farmers are Without the farmers, there won't be any food. Let's not forget about this. And I think innovation here can really help, and your contribution is absolutely valued. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that. And Jack, can I just, well, just a second, just one more thing. So it sounds to me like you're really optimistic, right? So you think the uptake of innovation by farmers?
It will vary, obviously, from place to place. I mean, member states, there's diversity in the union.
Right.
Some member states, that is true, suffer from some structural problems. They have less developed knowledge networks. They have less developed agencies that help. So this kind of technical assistance that's needed varies. So in some places, especially in some new member states where, let's say, for example, in countries like Romania or Poland, where, for example, cooperative approaches are not very popular because of the fact that, during communist times, collectivization kind of was forced upon those farmers. So they kind of keep to themselves and don't like to engage in, let's say, broad cooperation. So that's a bit of a cultural challenge. But I guess when I go around with Commissioner and on my own and attend conferences with farmers, I see that some of them do fear the change. They really think that, with all the new approaches and new targets and Green Deal, they will suffer from productivity losses. But when they hear some other of their colleagues who have taken up the challenge and actually managed to operate, an ecological farm with some export potential, making, my commissioner was just in Estonia just a month ago, where there was a guy on, I think, 15 or 16 hectares of land producing vegetables in organic fashion, and I think he was making 200,000 a year. Okay, that's doable supposedly. There was no, I don't think there was a prevarication there. So it is possible to help the margins by creating more value-added quality produce production. So the same with animal welfare. I think the more we can promote animal welfare approaches also through technology, the more value added from livestock production will be, and that particular sector has problems, and it's often small, especially small value added, small livestock farms are disappearing. We need to do something about it. But innovation, obviously, innovation together with a more ecological approach, because it's not just pure invasive technology. As I said, it used to be that innovation was considered, or technology was considered something to kind of attack nature, overcome nature. Now I think technology is helping to observe nature and kind of go with nature to help farmers get, again, the production levels they want, but without long-term negative consequences. We remain optimistic.
Excellent. So do we. So, that's great. We're totally aligned on this. And again, thank you for your faith in us and for all those insightful thoughts that you shared here. So with that, I thank you again.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you. And
thank you for your attention.
Let's go off to lunch. Dan will come and say a few housekeeping pieces.